Hello, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Human Resource Digital Transformation Conference. This conference is part of the project Digital Talent Ecosystem from Lisbon FEDER project. This project is developed in collaboration with Neotalent from Nova Base, Iscte Business Research Unit, and IPN, the Instituto Pedro Nunes from Coimbra, with the support of Portugal 2020 funds. This conference was organized with the help and effort of a fantastic group of students from the Master of Human Resources and Organizational Consulting, and received the technical support from our staff from Business Research Unit, namely Andrea Garcia and Beatriz Dias and Tiago Barbosa from the IBS Marketing Department. I would also like to thank the support from the APG, the Associação Portuguesa de Gestores de Recursos Humanos, for their help and dedication to the project. Finally, I would like to thank all the invited speakers, my colleagues, the moderators, and the audience. So during these 2 long days, we will talk about different topics, namely digital transformation challenges for HRM, technologies most used today and how they can help business, barriers, facilitators, and also remote work and the post-pandemic future that we are living now. And we also will talk about the forecast for the future, ethical issues, and other concerns. So this conference will feature several panels moderated by Iscte faculty with companies from diverse sectors of activity. We will have a first day dedicated to companies that provide services in the HR digital transformation, and a second day where you'll see the perspective of companies that use these services in different sectors. So with that being said, I would like to present Mario Rocha, who is a senior manager at ACE, who is a very reputed and amazing consultancy company. ACE is also, and we are proud to have ACE as a sponsor of our Master in Human Resources and Organizational Consultancy. Thank you, Mario, for being here. I would like to say that I would like to be here with my colleague, Maria João Portunhal, who is the Dean of IBS Business School. So, but unfortunately, due to technical problems, she could not be here with me. So right now, we will have Mario Rocha from, again, Senior Manager at ACE, with the sponsor of our Master in Human Resources and Organizational Consultancy Master. So once again, thank you, Mario, for being here.
You're welcome.
The word is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And I would like to start saying that it is an honor, both from the personal perspective and as a representative of ACE, to be part of this event. So I will start this presentation with a very short introduction of ACE. Then, during this presentation, I will present you some of the current main human resources challenges, and across this 2 days journey, I believe my colleagues will present you with some of the strategies companies are using to overcome these challenges. So, despite providing you some general data, you will see there will be a focus on the challenges mainly of remote working. And besides sharing my thoughts, I will try to bring you some questions for you to reflect and try to get the answers across this conference. So I will start with sharing my screen. And just move it to slideshow. So starting with a very, very short video that I think it kind of describes what we do at ACE.
We all start somewhere. In 1968, the first Hayes office opened in the City of London. 50 years later, we are a world leader in recruitment, with hundreds of offices in 33 countries, helping others to grow as we have, from graduates to CEOs, small businesses to multinationals. Every year across the globe, we interview over 1 million candidates, helping organizations find the talent they need to succeed. And each and every day, we're inspiring thousands of people with new opportunities to advance their careers. Because our history tells us it's not about where you start. It's about where you're going.
So some global information about Hayes. We have our headquarters in London, and we are present both on FTSE and also in London Stock Exchange. Some interesting worldwide facts is that we have 20 areas of specialism recruiting. We are present in 33 countries over the world, so we have offices in several countries in Europe, in Asia, in Australia, New Zealand, and also both in North and South America. We are present in Portugal since the year 2000, and we have two offices, one of them located in Lisbon, that was the first that opened in Portugal in the year 2000, and the other one, and more recent, was opened in 2005 in Porto. So here you have our main areas of expertise. So this means that we have consultants that are highly specialized, recruiting accountancy and finance profiles, banking, construction and property, HR, engineering, IT, legal, sales and marketing, across other areas. So the first question is, how is the recruitment market in human resources management? So some of the information I will provide you is based on an annual survey that we prepare in collaboration with our candidates and our clients. And despite the main tendencies or across the areas where we recruit, we also provide some information about typical salary guides in finance, in IT, engineering, once again across the areas we are specialized in. For this presentation, it was my purpose to bring you some data that reflects both clients and candidates' perspectives on their current employment situation. So starting with the main difficulties that human resources management faced in the year 2020. So the first one was the employee motivation in a pandemic context. Then on the second place, we have internal communication, followed by adapting to a teleworking model, talent retention, and we will talk about these later in this presentation. Also employee training and talent attraction. Also, when employers were asked about the factors that will have the most impact on productivity in the year 2021, so in our current situation. Also in the first place, we have the employee motivation, followed by preparing leaders for change management, the effective internal communication, the flexibility between remote and presential work. And once again, this is a topic that we will go deeply during this conversation. Then we have the employees' mental health and the process digitization. Also, from another survey that we did about the impact of the COVID-19 in the current employment context, first from the employer or the company perspective, they were asked about several topics and the way that they got better or worse or actually remained the same during this pandemic context. So from the most of the employers, their opinion is that the employees' productivity remains the same. Also the same regarding communication among employees, about employee motivation. The thing that from the employer perspective got a higher improve was the work-life balance of employees. So basically around 56% of companies told or became conscious that the work-life balance of their employees had an increase during this period. When it comes to the candidates or the professional opinion, also from their perspective, the productivity remained the same. For the most of them, the motivation to work, the communication with colleagues, the communication with management, and the mental health kept the same. From their perspective, the dimensions that got a very significant improve were the balance between personal and professional life, and also the quality of family time. So, some of the main conclusions about or considering this labor market guide that we prepare every year over the last 10 years. So, good news, 75% of employers say they intend to recruit in the current year. Among the reasons most cited by employers for hiring or for recruiting in 2021 are the business growth internally, but also the recovery in the post-COVID-19 period. So basically, there were a lot of plans that had to become postponed due to the COVID context, and now companies has this is a kind of all of us already heard about the expression a new reality, and companies realize that maybe they will not be capable to postpone anymore their plans and will go for the business recovery nowadays. So employee motivation was the factor that was mentioned by employers when it comes to ensuring productivity in 2021. So it will have very, very high impact. Also, still not very well defined. So when it comes to flexibility in remote work models, this is another factor that most of the companies mention that will have a very, very, very strong impact over the next few years. So, as I mentioned in the introduction of this conversation, as a recruiting company and as a part or as a consultancy firm that deals both with candidates and employers, one of the main topics that has been discussed nowadays relates with the main challenges of remote working. So basically, I will divide some of the 4 key dimensions that we face nowadays when it comes to remote working, and I will try to go deeply in the explanation of some of them, also sharing with you some thoughts and examples. And once again, and going back for the start of this presentation, besides providing with some information, it is my purpose to bring you some thoughts and some questions and reflections for you to try to find the answers across today and tomorrow with my colleagues that will be also speakers in this event, and for sure you will find the answer for some of them. So starting with the recruitment. And for you to have an idea, according to a very recent survey, around 70% of employers or companies consider the online recruitment will be the standard process of recruiting after the pandemic context. Um, so this brings us a lot of questions. And so one of them, and starting from there, is this, all the people have access to the new technology that allow them to have a video interview. We know that these more recent generations are very used to use their laptops since they were very young. But what about the most old generations that are not so used, or where their rules didn't oblige them to be daily using laptops or some other technologies? Are they prepared for this new context? Also, a very important fact is how about privacy? Um, so basically, as a recruiter, um, I faced several situations of people that were on an interview and had the distraction of babies or dogs or some issues with the internet connection. And so sometimes they will not be in such a controlled environment as a recruiting or recruitment office. Um, and so this interview context is very different when we are talking about a video meeting or when we are facing physically our interviewer. So when it comes or when it comes to video meet interviews, we have evidence that the level, for instance, of engagement of a candidate on a recruitment process can be lower when they have these video calls. For instance, when a candidate shows permanent availability, spending time or traveling to go to the interviews, they might be more committed with the recruitment process. Uh, However, or on the other side, when they only have video calls from at least a psychological perspective, it is more easy for them to quit the recruitment process on a later stages because they didn't actually met or establish any kind of connection or empathy with their interview. In the other side, on a face-to-face interview, it is more easy for the interviewers to evaluate the soft skills, his or her behavioral traits, communication and personal skills, also body language, and the level or the way that the person or the candidate deals or manages his or her anxiety or stress. Also, one of the most critical points when it comes for an interviewer or a company to take the decision to hire or not to hire a candidate, it is establishing or not empathy with him or with her. And as we know, it is more easy to establish empathy on a personal context than on a video call. Also, from the candidate perspective, it is very important to have the chance to visit the company, to check the culture and the atmosphere. So get in touch with the HR structure, with their potential future colleagues or bosses. Also, one of the concerns when it comes to remote working on these recruitment stages, it is mainly and sometimes companies use for more junior recruitments, group assessments, and this might be more difficult to actually manage when performed remotely. So basically, having this in mind, it is fundamental that companies assess the risks of recruiting remotely and the possibility of recruiting people with a lower match, or instead not recruiting people that on a face-to-face interview would have showed that they have the perfect fit or the perfect match with the company culture. So one of the most common strategies that companies are using is to make first remote interviews on an early stage of the recruitment process, and then meeting personally the final candidates on the last stage of the recruitment process or when presenting them a job offer. So going back or actually going forward for a very, very important topic, it's also the onboarding. So the last year and a half showed us that one of the biggest challenges that companies are facing is to onboard the newcomers. So the onboard staging is a crucial moment because it is actually the time people have the first contact sometimes with the company's culture, at least when they didn't have the chance to go to the company during the recruitment stages. It's the first contact they have with the technologies and with their peers and bosses. It is also the time people have commonly more questions to ask when they face more challenges with the new tasks, and when they get more anxious to present fast results and actually prove they were the right choice for the job. So during this period, the human resources departments play a very, very important role, being very important to be in permanent contact with these newcomers to check how they are feeling, if they are motivated, if they are having the right support from their leadership and the access to the tools and the information they need to well perform their jobs. And this is even more important when we realize there is people that are more resistant to share their problems due to the fact they are most introverted or afraid to show the issues they are facing at the current moment. So this HR monitoring role is even more important in companies where bosses, due to their daily tasks or pressure, have less availability to be in permanent contact with their new people in the team. So having this in mind, the onboarding period is a crucial moment where these new people on a perfect scenario would have the training, the chance to learn by listening and watching their colleagues' performance, and would have the immediate support when they are not performing according to what was expected. So sometimes when people as they cannot have this support in local or more immediate support, they tend to develop behaviors or techniques that were actually not the right ones for the role, and they tend to be reinforced. So basically, and for these, among other reasons, the onboarding period is on a remote context represents one of the most important human resources challenges in this new reality. Going for one of another very, very important dimensions when it comes to remote working. So we have the performance management. One of the challenges human resources and leadership people are facing is how to measure people performance during the time they are not working at the office and they cannot see the way they behavior and the way they perform facing some situations, especially more stressful situations. So one of the questions that we have is also, will companies allow employees to have flexible working hours, or will they have to keep the more traditional working times? Also, how to support underperformers and people that miss the office context, where they can be discussing and sharing ideas, asking questions, and actually get up off their seats and go ask for their colleagues or leadership support. We also found that some individuals tend to become less productive and demotivated when working alone, and some others found they were more productive working from home, managing better their time, and escaping the stress and some of the distractions they may face while working in the office. So also companies can actually lack the support of employees that tend to act as team players to support their colleagues and that sometimes work as buddies. So also in this new era, some companies were faced with the need to acquire and improve their performance management tools in order to support employees and measure mainly from a quantitative perspective their work. And for sure, these management tools and technologies, it will be one of the main topics to be discussed in this event during today and tomorrow. Um, Regarding these tools to manage people performance, sometimes this might bring the concern of wrongly being only focused on KPIs instead of quality and not considering in local the issues that people may be facing while they are working from home. Um, and actually, one example is someone who might be facing some issues with the internet connection when working from home, and consequently must not be able to perform his or her role. Um, so basically, the examples presented above, among others, also represent some of the main challenges of performance management on a remote work context. And going to another topic, we have retention. So retention is also one of the main challenges HR faces not only nowadays, but actually on the pre-pandemic context. Um, and it is actually strongly impacted by the topics that were previously presented. So the recruitment, the onboarding, and the performance management. Um, so first of all, how is it impacted by recruitment? So what we find is that a well-succeeded recruited employee that matches the desired technical skills, that shows the right interpersonal traits and the motivation and feels aligned with company culture and strategy might have more willingness to be committed with his or her role and the company that is working for. Um, Regarding onboarding, so someone who feels he or she had the right support since the day one, was provided with the required informatics information and tools, who had the possibility to straight connection with colleagues and bosses and breathe the company culture, might be actually more resistant to leave the company when he or she are presented with another job opportunity. And also about the impact on performance management. So someone who realizes he or she is being recognized by the work presented, he's having regular feedback and was provided with the right tools, might actually feel more motivated and engaged with the current employer or company. We also have evidence that better salaries are not the only reason why people leave companies. Also, actually, and obviously, a fair salary is extremely important, and the strong commitment with the company culture, career progression, also the work-life balance, as we saw previously, play a key role on keeping employees motivated with their current jobs. So actually, HR play a very important role monitoring people motivation and commitment, and this is also one of the main challenges of retention in this digital era. Um, so some conclusions. The new context we live in, or we live in, show us the importance of companies having good technology tools to train and support their employees. Also, we have some examples that the possibility of working remotely led some people being, for instance, based in Portugal and working for another companies. And we have several examples in Portugal of IT professionals that are located in Porto, in Lisbon, Algarve, wherever in Portugal, and that are actually working for Silicon Valley companies in the USA, giving them fantastic job opportunities. Also, this new digitization context represented an opportunity for several companies to emerge and provide other companies with good technological solutions. One of the main conclusions also of our surveys is that the most of the people tend to prefer an hybrid model where they combine working days from home with working days in the office. And last but not least, the importance of HR departments having well-developed development programs and tools to increase the experience on recruitment, onboarding, performance management, and retention. Before showing you another video with some advices, and you will see from whom, I would like to conclude also as started saying that it is a pleasure to be part of this event, and hope to have shared with you some thoughts and some reflections for you to think of over the next 2 days.
Thank you, Mario.
Don't underestimate how much others can help you reach your goals.
I think mentors are such an important aspect of sport and in life.
Cara, a pessoa mais importante que me ajuda, tanto aqui quanto fora, é minha mãe. Sempre foi ela, sempre vai ser ela.
Gabriel Jesus, where does he get that drive? Exactly the inspiration City need.
Go to the people who want to help you, and you can see with others people it's a lot of hard work and commitment.
Aprender de otros puede ayudarte a ver tus problemas desde una nueva perspectiva.
Attacking from a different angle now. That's 3 points for City.
Tenha boas pessoas ao seu lado.
I think we just have so much belief in our ability and talent that we can overcome any challenge.
Hayes, behind every goal.
Thank you, Mario, for this very interesting presentation. It's always great to receive this feedback. And we are running out of time, but we still have here a couple of questions. One first question that I would like to ask you is, does Hayes use applicant tracking systems to screen applicants? Basically, what are the advantages and the disadvantages of these ATSs?
Yeah, basically, so regarding ATS is not one of the tools that we use. However, we work with clients that use it and on their recruitment processes, and so not having the knowledge to provide any specific advantages or disadvantages from the feedback that I got from some of these clients, it is a very, very good recruitment tool, very intuitive, with the possibility to fast access to the information, and allows both the company and their suppliers to have access to the information on a permanent basis.
Thank you.
But at Hayes, we don't use it, actually.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Another question is, what role should Hayes play in the upskilling and reskilling of its candidates?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it's a very, very interesting question. So we work, as I told you in the beginning of the presentation, we have consultants that are highly specialized, recruiting on several areas. In my case, despite managing several businesses, I'm in charge of the recruitment of finance and HR roles for our clients. and sometimes, as experts, we can provide some advice to our candidates on how to present themselves. We also try to give all the time and as possible some advices on interviews, how to behave in front of clients. But our job or our main purpose is working as a highly specialized recruitment firm.
Thank you, Mario. Once again, thank you for your presentation, your brilliant presentation, and also thank Hayes for to be a sponsor of our master. And right now we will have a small break of 5 minutes. Please stay tuned because we will be together in 5 minutes. So thank you and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye. Well, good morning again. We will start now our next panel. It will be a round table, and this round table will have the presentation of the digital talent ecosystem project and other innovations from NeoTalent and also from the research done at Iscte. So we will start with the first presentation from Paulo Almeida, who is the head of innovation and transformation at NeoTalent. The title of his presentation will be "This is the Way, the Inevitable Transformation of Talent Management." Then we will have a presentation from Jorge Silval, who is a researcher at Iscte, Instituto Universitário de Lisboa, and the presentation title is Gamified Assessments, a blend of gamification, modern psychometrics, and machine learning. Then Beatriz Trigo, who is a researcher at Iscte, Instituto Universitário de Lisboa, will present her research on situational judgment tests from theory to practice. Then we'll have the presentation from Professor Paulo Rubino, who is an associate professor at the University of Coimbra. The title is Retiring the Resume, Leveraging the Blockchain for a Living, Trustable Curriculum Vitae. And then Alexandra Constantinidi, an alumni from Iscte Instituto Universitário de Lisboa, will present a poster with the title "Are Managers Ready for HRM 4.0? The Potential Role of Blockchain Technology in Human Resource Management." And finally, Hugo Amaro, who is a project manager at Instituto Pedro Nunes, Coimbra, will present a presentation with the title Smart Recruitment Support Tools. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for your availability. So right now we will start with Paulo Almeida with the title "This is the Way, the Inevitable Transformation of Talent Management." Paulo, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Stich, and it's always an honor to be back to Iscte, my original college from a few years ago. And also a few years ago, I realized that my career's sweet spot was in the intersection of technology, business, and talent. So it's particularly exciting to be involved in a project such as this one, the Digital Talent Ecosystem, that NeoTalent, together with Iscte and the EPN, is developing. Today we will be sharing some of the specific research we are doing and have done during this project. But I would like to start by going through where does this all come from? What led us to do this research? What business challenges are we facing? And that will be the focus of my presentation. Okay, so just bear with me while I start sharing my screen. And I believe everyone is watching right now. So I'd like to start by giving you a glimpse of a day in the life of three important personas. These personas are representative of NeoTalent's talent ecosystem and business model. And the first person I would like to introduce you to is Candida, and she's a tech professional. And she's someone who wants to learn and enjoys very much experimenting new things. She's willing to deeply invest in her career and in her knowledge. She isn't actively looking for a new job, but she wants to know about her options and what's going on the market. She's frequently contacted via LinkedIn to understand if she's available for change. but yet people tend to ask her for her CV anyways, even though they contact her via LinkedIn and she has a good profile on LinkedIn. And then when she applies, or when she decides to go ahead with one of these recruitment process, she is confronted with multiple forms she has to fill. She has to go through multiple interviews where she's asked a lot of questions and asked to do a lot of exercises, and sometimes she's even asked to do some assessments. And in her mind, those assessments look exactly the same, the ones she's done in the past. And so this is very annoying to her. And at the end of the process, when she goes through a recruitment process, sometimes she realizes the company or even the role has nothing to do with her expectations, or sometimes she doesn't get any feedback. And eventually, when she decides to go ahead with another recruitment process, she has to go through all the same process over and over again. But now let's meet another persona. This is Ricardo. He's a recruiter. And for you to understand, Ricardo typically runs simultaneously 50 open positions. And since he doesn't get any job applications at all, he lives inside LinkedIn. So at the office, he's known for being the Boolean search and keyword search nerd at the office. The problem is when the best information he has and he gets to do his job is simply, hey, Ricardo, the client wants a Java developer with 2 years experience. So that's when he breathes in, breathes out, turns on his Zen moment, and tries to get more information to help him find and engage whomever is interested to hear about the new role. So he definitely tries to prepare the best he can for candidate interviews. Some candidates seem great, others not at all. Some have awesomely detailed resumes. Other candidates not even took the time to send one to him. He then relies way too many times on his gut feelings when it comes to match some candidates with the open roles. And at the end of the recruitment process, way too often he gets very, very frustrated with the fact that he's always losing great candidates when hiring managers get too picky, or after a long time waiting, no one gives any feedback to him. Finally, let's meet Cleo. She's the client. She's an IT manager with 3 big open projects ongoing. The requirements change way too often and way too fast, but teams still have to be assembled in record time. Since her company's recruitment team isn't enough, unfortunately, she must get help from external talent providers. Well, only 2 providers she wanted in the beginning, but today already she has 10 providers to work with. And even though she has all these people working with her, trying to find talent, recruiters and providers, both too many times send her candidates that are completely off target. Too many times she has to do the recruiter's work, the provider's work, because basically they just dump CVs and leave Cleo to decide which CV and which candidate she wants. And then just after a few months, most of the consultants she hired prior leave the company. So this is very frustrating for her. So even though I've presented these 3 personas, daily life, day in the life of these personas in a fun way, as in a parody, I might say, they are unfortunately way too real, and they are a consequence. These facts I've presented you are consequences of major global events and global transformations that we are all experiencing. The first one is the fact that today technology is fueling all businesses. It's central and decisive. Technology is central, decisive to the success of many business. And with that, the demand for digital skills has skyrocketed to levels that we've never seen before. And I don't see any signs of anything being slowing down in the near future. Current talent offer and the speed new talent is created simply is not does not keep up with the demand. I tried to find some more recent stats, but there is a very classic stat that it's known for a long time, but although it's dated. But back in 2017, the European Commission predicted that last year, I don't know the numbers, but they predicted that last year, there would be a gap of almost 500,000 jobs or open positions between available talents and the market needs. And another, in this case in the US, another stat I found is that it was estimated that in 2019 in US alone, nearly 1 million open jobs, IT jobs were left open and fulfilled. So because of this, you understand the market is completely candidate driven, and candidates simply run the show. And for you to have an idea, and definitely this is not a joke, what I'm telling you right now, a few years ago, we had a candidate that decided a job offer, and it was not our job offer, simply because of the number of subway intersections he had to go to the project, to the client. So our location had one or two more subway intersections, so we decided for the other one, which was more closer to his home. So this is completely nuts, and it's something we cannot even conceive a few years ago. But this fast-paced market has its toll also in talent itself. Since it stresses out the need for professionals to reskill or upskill themselves in order to keep up with emerging technologies and avoid competence obsolescence, if you want. So today, new talent pools are the holy grail, if you can say. It's what every employer is trying to find, either candidates from different countries, from different backgrounds, using a remote workforce employee base, or trying to tap any untapped potential out there. Then there's the issue of a new attitude towards work. Professionals, and I don't know if this is necessarily a generation issue, but professionals have taken control of their own careers. Newer generations are tailored to serial employment. And the odds that after 1 or 2 years, people want a new challenge are very high. And in fact, in a very recent survey this year, done by Aligning Jobs, if you know it, it's a Portuguese startup, tech professionals change jobs every 1.5 to 2.3 years. And our own reality confirms this. So last year, 87% of the leaves we had were from employees with less than 3 years working with us. And the reason? They were trying to seek new projects, new technologies, or new realities. And you can imagine this creates huge pressure on companies to retain knowledge and replace talent. So with all this, we've come to the belief that recruitment is broken. Today, it's very, very hard to attract talents and even harder to retain it. It's very hard to assess and validate information. We base our selection process in data and in information that can be manipulated or misleading, like CVs and interviews, in information that it's hard to verify. For example, knowledge. It's not very easy to verify knowledge. Or sometimes we base these selection processes in characteristics that might not be at all relevant to the success within the new role, like where someone lives. I don't know. This could influence the decision for an employer, or some personality trait that we think it's cool. So it's very, very difficult to make proper decisions within this context. Also, it's very hard to do the right match. We, as recruiters or hiring managers, we must go through resumes, GPAs, academic and training information, past experience, interviews, assessments, and so on. And somehow we must correlate all this information with job descriptions, with requirements, with client traits, and so on. And we do this mostly manually, empirically, and inevitably leaving relevant information out. So there's a consequence. It's very, very easy to make mistakes, introduce bias, either conscious or unconsciously. And well, ultimately, this is a bad experience for everyone, since professional reputation, it's not quite transferable between entities. Both candidates and recruiters and hiring managers and clients and everyone must go through the same multiple steps over and over again. Currently, the greatest motor leading transformation is technology. It's almost something that it's weared out. It's talking about this transformation. It's almost something that it's old, because it's been here for a long time. But well, it's a fact. This transformation already reached multiple businesses and will keep reaching the remaining ones. And with technology and new digital business models, disruptive companies like Amazon, Netflix, Uber, and so on storm into once stable sectors and change the rules. They introduce new value propositions and challenge or even destroy the incumbent positions. So the way of digital transformation is inevitable. And well, the pandemic we are still living, has accelerated this even more. And it's said that in some cases by years has been accelerated, this transformation. So facing this reality, the way companies create, manage, and adapt their workforce must keep up with the constant change and need to rapidly access talent. So ultimately, the talent market and the recruitment and staffing services markets will be transformed. And we believe the role of talent providers such as New Talent, such as and other companies, gets a reinforced importance, as it can provide the means to access still scarce talent base in a more agile and, let's say, shared way. How will this market work? What will be the Uber-like disruption to be introduced in this market? We don't know yet, but we sure want to have a say. And this is how Digital Talent Ecosystem was born, a project that we embrace as the way to transform New Talent, and why not the markets we operate in. This is an applied research project funded by European Union grants, as already told, where an industry player like New Talent joins efforts with two research entities, Iscte and IPN, from two sometimes considered opposite fields, social sciences and HR, and technology and engineering. So what this digital talent ecosystem, what added value and innovations are we trying to introduce with it? Well, first of all, it's an ecosystem, like the name says, that will join all major talent market actors, recruiters and hiring managers, candidates and consultants, talent providers, such as NetTalent, organizations seeking talent, such as NetTalent or any other company, and also talent creators like universities or training centers. Digital talent ecosystem is also a sales channel, a marketplace, where talent providers can do their business, manage their clients and their talent. DTE will be a tool to support recruitment activity and to amplify recruiter and hiring manager capacity, as well as talents and talent managers capacity, by giving them a suitable and the ability to go beyond the CV and see what the human eye can't see. So, and how do we accomplish this? With an AI-powered recommendation engine that it's capable, or we are trying to make it capable of recommending people, talents to missions to talent, or the next suitable career move or training, with a blockchain-powered mechanism to capture, to validate, and safeguard career event information. Basically, we'll have the ability to real-time record career events and assure data authenticity, the fact that that career event is authentic, and protect it against any unwanted access. Also, with an assessment framework that, in a fun, light way, gamified way, will try to identify relevant information, relevant characteristics that can help anyone better pilot their career. This is a very, an extremely ambitious project with a huge level of unknown and uncertainty. And as to sum up, I would say this is the project. This project is the way New Talent will prepare itself for a future yet to be discovered, but with an additional goal to leave, if possible, a positive impact, and why not help transform the market along the way. Thank you very much for your attention. And I will be available for your questions, I believe, at the end of the presentations. And over to you, Professor Iscte. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Paul, for your very interesting presentation. So we will move now to the second presentation. Just I forgot to mention that Q&A, questions and answers, will be only at the end of all the presentations. So please feel free to post your questions in your Facebook, and then we'll select a few questions to ask these questions to the presenters. So right now we will be with Professor Jorge Silval from Iscte, Instituto Universitário de Lisboa, and the title of the presentation is Gamified Assessments, a blend of gamification, modern psychometrics, and machine learning. So, Jorge, are you ready?
Thank you, Professor Iscte. So, We will approach the component of the framework of assessment in this ecosystem. We will try to approach in a lightweight what are psychometrics and how they can contribute with machine learning and gamification to a better assessment. So what's the problem that we usually face when we are recruiting people and assessing people? Well, we know that recruitment and selection is absolutely a need for every organization, and we know that good assessments can produce good results. At least if with a good and valid measure, we can trust in the results of those variables that we measured. And we know that organizations are in need of good, fast, and reliable measurements. Well, but to conduct such kind of assessments, we need to develop measures that are fun to conduct, fun to fulfill, and we want to avoid fatigue and avoid the traditional paper-pencil format that candidates in the past were always confronted with. So the problem here was that we are facing a very particular and special kind of occupational group. We are in front of one of the most desirable and tempting human resources, which are the IT workers. And we know that for those kind of workers, which are so tempted by other opportunities, we have to produce fast and reliable assessments with the risk of dropping out of the assessment. And we wanted to avoid that, as the literature always says. Also, when you feel fatigue in these kind of processes, you start to present answers that do not show your real opinion. You start to fulfill it as an obligation, and you start to pay less attention to the questions that are being made. So to answer to this challenge, one of the core of this event, the digital transformation, can help us. So we can conduct these kind of assessments in a remote way, and also make use of the digital opportunities as virtual assessments, as using a computer or any other mobile device to conduct the assessment. Other contribution that can be really interesting here is gamification. We know that engagement that gamified type assessments have is much higher than the traditional ones. So if you want to measure, for example, intelligence of any candidate, you can do it using the hardcore questions, the classical questions of intelligence instruments, or you can try to indirectly measure it using gamified versions of the items, establishing challenges, establishing games that at the same time are fun to do, and also measure, assess the level of the different latent traits that we want to measure. Psychometrics, the modern psychometrics, I believe that some of you that are in this event, some of the attendees do not know what are psychometrics, but look at it as you looked at econometrics in economy. So psychometrics is the more quantitative, more scientific, I would say, side of psychology. We use a lot of statistics, and what it does is investigate, research the quality, the validity of the measures that we want to use to assess latent constructs. Latent constructs are anything that that exists but you cannot see, and usually we use them in psychological constructs, for example, intelligence, personality, anxiety, depression, and so on. And also the contribution of machine learning. So use algorithms that allow us to quickly anticipate, predict, and suggest the best talents using the variables of the assessment framework, and also other social demographic and career variables that we have in our database. So the idea of this integrated digital platform is to both develop a user-friendly interface and implement valid and innovative measures, instruments, as you want to call it. And also bring feedback to the candidates in order to allow them to have an idea where they are positioned in terms of the other candidates. So the feedback is really important. Research has shown that when you know that you will receive feedback, you tend to pay more attention to the questions, you tend to be more honest answering, and you know that if you want to improve your self-knowledge, you will fulfill probably more questions that if you won't receive feedback. So having all of this in mind, we developed this talent framework. You have here a first glimpse of it. So a light interface where you have different mosaics to different games. You can use them interchangeably. You do not need to fulfill them, all of them in a single shot. It would be, of course, heavy to do that. And the candidate can do that remotely at his own pace. The feedback, as you see here, and if you know Portuguese, you will see that we have here some personality traits in Portuguese. In fact, we have here the Hexaco model, a six component model of personality. And we also have in the right side some variables regarding intelligence components as logic, numerical reasoning, verbal reasoning, visual spatial ability, and so on. So, and you can see that, for example, in this example, the verbal, this person was in the top percentile of verbal reasoning. This person have not yet fulfilled the numerical reasoning task. And this is very interesting to see how the candidates develop their ranks in comparison to others. Here we have the path that candidate has to take in the process. And as you can see, everything is pretty clear and informative. And it is good to know which are the next steps to take. Now I will present some of the measures that we developed. We used the gamified contributions, the gamified knowledge that we have already in the psychometric science to implement games that are fun to take. I will present this example, where you can see that we want to assess visual spatial ability. You are first presented with a single image with some numbers and circles, and then we will have to indicate which of them changed. Of course, the number of circles will increase when you advance in the game, and also the colors and the background of the cities will change also. So we try to increment the difficulty of the game as long as you advance in the game. Next, I would like to share with you the multitasking task. This particular task is one of the more interesting because you have several different tasks to do, 4 of them. You have to produce words with the letters that are given. You have to do some calculus. You have to fulfill puzzles, and you have to make the gauge in an interval, in a range that does not explode. So 4 tasks at the same time, it's an excellent way to assess multitask. You have here an example, so you can interact with all of them at the same time. You can invest more time in one of them, but you have to be sure that the gauges of time here in the top do not end in one of the tasks. Next, I would like to approach with you one more classical, I would say, numerical reasoning. This is more familiar. The innovation here is a little bit more difficult, so you have to keep with the order, with the sequence. You have to write the number that should be after in a logical sequence. And it's a very classical task that we use to measure numerical reasoning. Then short-term memory. So you are presented with a group of words that you have to remember, and then you are presented with the opportunity to write those words and to in order to see which of them you were able to remember. Verbal reasoning and comprehension. You are presented with a sentence and then four more sentences which are somehow similar to the one presented in the top. However, only one of them is similar in content, not similar necessarily in terms of words, but similar in content. So here we want to measure verbal reasoning and comprehension and try to see how the candidate is able to understand the content behind of the first item presented. Next, normal reasoning, processing speed, and selective attention. Here, this is one of the most challenging, I would say, together with the visual one. In this task, you have to select the calculus that are wrong, only those, you have to select them. And when you are, when you receive 3 consecutive wrong calculus that you were not able to identify, or that you identified in a wrong way, the game ends. The game advances and the speed of the curtain also advances. So it's a very challenging task in which we saw that the candidates have had more difficulties. Some other measures related with working memory. This is one of the most gamified ones. Here you have a story. You have to observe closely this comics story, and then you have to be able to answer a question related with the story. And this is not that challenging at all, but the next step is to identify the last 2 words of each speak. So, for example, in this case, you have to remember the ventriloquista word and alchemista word. Believe me, this was not one of the easiest items, but well, we have to cover all the levels of the trait. So this one in particular was a little bit difficult, I admit. So the feedback. Well, we have here an example, as I shown before. You can see after fulfilling all the instruments, how are your results, and also you can see that in a more detailed or a more visual way. Well, the analysis of the data. We used some advanced psychometric analysis. We used item response theory, or in Portuguese, teoria da resposta ao item, and we used one particular application, the Rush models, dichotomous and polytomous. In other words, if the dependent variable is only binary, we use the dichotomous model. If we have more than 2 different possible points, we use the polytomous models. So we are able with this kind of models to have person fit and item fit. We also produced some item separation reliability and person separation reliability. We made also the residuals analysis. We saw in this kind of, I don't want to be too technical, but this kind of analysis allow us to see how the candidates score in the different items, which is a good item or not, to discriminate the different levels of the construct. If we want a difficult item, with this kind of techniques, we can for sure know which items are more difficult and which items are easier to do. And with that, we can reorder the sequence of the items, and we can select the best items and use those items to measure the candidates, and not all of them. When we are developing this kind of instruments, we first develop a larger number of items than we want to use it in the end. So we then select the best ones. As selecting candidates, we also select items. We have here an example of an item characteristic curve and person item map. As you can see here the different levels of each item. So if here we have a standard deviation, 6 standard deviations below 0, below the mean, a very easy, very low level of the trade, very easy items. But those items that are here are difficult items, 3, 4 standard deviations above the mean. And this is an example of a test that really worked really well. As you can see here, the average, the highest peak of the density curve is particularly in the middle of the score. So the mean is 0, as you expect in a standardized measure. And we have also here the difficulty of the items, and we expected the items that are greater bigger in number, numerical number, to be also more difficult to fulfill correctly. Also, the same for polytomos models. As you can see here, for example, for a particular item, we have different categories of the item, different possibilities of answer. And we expect those curves to increase at the same pace that the difficulty of the category increase. So we have here a good example of an item that the curve that is higher than the others is in the right order. So first the lowest category, and lastly the highest category, category 5. And also here we have the order, the expected order in the most of the items to be as we expected also. So the next steps, we are collecting data, we are refining the items, the instruments, and we will analyze again. This is an iterative process. This never ends, because also the constructs, the psychological constructs also are dynamic, and we want to improve the better that we can our instruments and our items. So that's it. I hope that I was not too technical in this last part. If you have questions, please feel free to ask them in the end of the session. They will be presented to me. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think you were not so technical, so it was perfect. So right now, I'm going to present Beatriz Trigo from Iscte. She will emphasize specifically the situational judgment tests. George approaches all the tests that we have in this platform. And right now, Beatriz, she will focus more on the situational judgment tests that in fact are trendy in the psychometric reality. So Beatriz, you can start. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can see the presentation now, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So as I've been presented, my name is Beatriz. I'm at Iscte at the moment finishing my master's, and that's why I'm focusing on the situational judgment test, because my thesis is about that precisely. And so in the Digital Talent Ecosystem project, Iscte helped with the theory, with the conceptualization of the tests, with the data collection, the statistical analysis, as George said, and IPN helped building the tool, and NeoTalent helped us build the bridge between us and the recruiters and the managers, and they started the project. And for that, I am very thankful. What are we going to talk about in this presentation? So first, we are going to talk about what situational judgment tests are, why they are increasing in popularity, and how they are built. So their content, the presentation channel, the response process, the types of instructions, response formats, and the scoring methods. Our tool focuses on creativity, personality traits, interpersonal tendencies, and emotional intelligence when it comes to situational judgment tests. And this is all meant to be able to predict work performance in IT talents. And it's very interesting because these types of tests help evaluate the candidates, but also indicate areas that need improving. And so it can be used for different means. And so it helps in the recruiting and selection process. It helps choose the candidates, but it also helps the training process if we want, and we help them develop as well. So let's start with the definition. So during a normal working day, individuals analyze the situations they encounter, they make judgments about these situations, and they try to respond to them as they find more fitting. And this idea was adopted to create the situational judgment tests, which is a method used to evaluate a variety of constructs, as we've done in the DTE. The situational judgment tests consist of descriptions of work situations that are relevant to the roles and to the environment in question. And then candidates will have to respond to these descriptions using a set of response options that mean different things. It is important to know that there are 3 stakeholders when it comes to these types of tests. So we have the author, the administrator, and we have the participant or the person who is answering. So the author or the creator of the test can base the test on different assumptions and judgments than the other participants that will take the test used to respond to them. So these expectations should be contained through literature review and job analysis simultaneously. The administrator currently tends to be replaced by a digital medium. So it's administrator via computer or mobile phone, as we've talked about, the digital revolution, so it's not new. And it is true that they are becoming more and more popular. So they have favorable levels of face validity, criterion validity, content validity, incremental, convergent, ecological validity. They have small differences between subgroups, so they don't show a lot of differences between ethnical and gender subgroups. They tend to be well received, so respondents have a positive reaction to these kinds of tests. They are easy to administer, they are easy to score, and they bring economic benefits when compared with other methods because they take less time to apply and they allow mass application to take place. But of course, they are susceptible to self-report problems like social desirability. They can have cognitive saturation, associated to them because it can be very long or very complex. People can be familiarized with the test, so there is a certain learning factor to it. And they're also subject to content bias, so they can have verbal biases happening, unnecessary visual cues happening. But they are becoming more popular, and why aren't they used more often? So this was a question that was asked to me in a previous presentation, and I've given it some thought. And they are not very common, at least in Portugal they are not. And I think that although they are popular, they are also slightly controversial because they require input from a lot of sources, and we'll talk about that when we discuss how we developed this and how we decided to score it. But they also confront theory with practice, and sometimes they seem to be opposed, which is nonsensical, but we'll also discuss that in a while. And I think it's also a hot topic, so research is starting to emerge and it's starting to get more and more detailed. And I think as that evolves, they will also become more popular from a specific point of view on how they work well. But I also think that in external recruitment contexts, a lot of companies rely on CV or interviews alone or on references, and they might choose quantity over quality when they are trying to provide their clients with candidates. And it's not that they don't want to use scientific means. I think that time is opportunity and that equals money, and there's a lot of competition going on. So some companies might skip some steps, not use so many tests. But I also think that in an internal recruitment point of view, people may feel like they already know the person and not use so many tests. So these are just some questions that can contribute to the fact that not just situational judgment tests, but tests overall are not used by all companies. So these tests are not new. They have been around since the 1920s, and they have been starting to increase their popularity since the 90s. And they started out becoming more popular with the assumption that they had to be specific to a certain domain. So when someone makes judgments about the situation, that situation gains a meaning, which allows them to understand the situation, predict it, give an opinion about it. And when we make a judgment about the answers we have to give to this situation, we are implied in this situation. We have consequences. It involves us. And so when we present a situational judgment test, we make judgments about the situation and about the answers that we have to give. And although these two are different, they are, intertwined. And when we have a specific domain implied in the item, we have a description of a typical situation. So something that's, as the name implies, specific. But then the scientific community realized that you can have a general domain applying to these kinds of items. So there is no description or just a vague description, and people have to rely on the judgment about the answers rather than intertwining it with the situation itself. In our case, we used something in between, but tending to a more general domain. The logic behind the simulation emphasizes the importance of including realistic situations and response options, because we do need to have response options that are inclusive enough to participants to answer and feel included in the options. And the description needs to add something to the answers, because if not, they are just adding unnecessary cues. And how should we present these items? Traditionally, they come in a written format. And although that's, the traditional way, there are so many alternatives nowadays in formats that they can be presented in. So we have comic book-like images, video-based, audio-based, simulations with 3D avatars. So it can get really crazy when we want to think of a way to present it. And it does provide a richer assessment environment, but it can also, as I said before, insert irrelevant contextual information. In our case, we went with a written format, even if it is, applied via a computer. The tests may vary in length, but of course, we cannot use less than 3 items, but we shouldn't go over 60 items, because then we have the saturation factor that I talked about previously. The degree of cognitive saturation is also a very important factor. So when we want to give some sort of description, we shouldn't make it very lengthy. We should keep it short, concise, or just give the importance to the cues that will help the participant answer the actual item. This is just the graphic of what we want participants to go through as they are reading and trying to respond to the item. So it's called the Situated Reasoning and Judgment Framework. And so it basically explains that the participant interprets the needs and demands of the situation. They generate response based on the situational interpretation, right? So they interpret the expected outcome, the consequences that it can have, and then they interpret the options that they have. They compare similarities between these various interpretations. They try to accumulate this knowledge that they've built through all of their thought process, and then they choose one of the options, or they restart again, all of this process again. So what we want is for them they can go through the cycle, but they should be able to go through all the 7 stages at once or twice. At the type of instruction that we give, we could ask participants what would they do in the situation. And so what we want to learn from this is the expected behavior. So it doesn't mean it's the ideal behavior that participants should have, but what they would actually do. And we can actually ask what should they do, and this means the desirable behavior. So it's what's ideal. We're trying to see if they understand what we want them to do in this situation. And so we use the first type of instruction because we do want the expected behavior. We do want to know how we can best predict their work performance, and we are not trying to make any moral judgment here. So there are obviously no correct answers. There is only defined answer keys to help us evaluate what the answer the participant has given means. And we have different formats. We have multiple response format, ranking response, Likert scale evaluation, and best response. And we went with the ranking response format, meaning that the participants had the options to answer to a situation. They had to rank them from most to least likely to represent their behavior. And this gives us more information on what they consider or not to be most probable in their situation. I'll go over this quickly. I know it's a lot of lettering, but if anyone wants to have access to the presentation, they can have access to it. So I leave all the information necessary here. But basically, we are going to talk about the categories of scoring methods. And we have empirical scoring methods, which often have a high validity coefficient compared with other methods, but they are dependent on the criterion quality. They have questionable stability. And you know, there's a lot of problems that can go into it. We did not use this kind of scoring method. We didn't find it appropriate. We also have the theoretical one, and they address major issues that empirical keying didn't address. But as we've said before, these kinds of tests kind of oppose theory to practice, and so we also didn't go with a theoretical approach for the scoring method. Then we have subgrouping, and we have factorial scoring methods. They aren't as common, and we did not use them as well. There is the hybridized scoring method, which is relatively new. We didn't use it. It's not really common. And yeah, we also did not use this. I just don't want to use too much time explaining it. I do want to spend some time explaining this, which is the method that we use, which is the expert-based scoring method. So it basically creates keys based on the responses of individuals with substantial knowledge about the topic. And so decision rules must be implemented in order to identify a consensus around the appropriate answer or answers to the situation in question. We can do this in two ways. We can do a comparison between, you know, people who don't know a lot about the topic, so novices, and we can oppose that to expert responses and see the differences. And we can also use subject matter experts alone, which is what we used. And these subject matter experts were both academics and managers. So again, we have the theory, what the construct should mean, and then we have the managers. And this is important because we can measure, for example, mathematical dexterity and verbal ability in a somewhat simple or known way. But let's think about how we would measure creativity when the definition itself is something controversial. So we did need an overall look on how to answer correctly these types of items. So we ask subjects to make judgments about the items, about the options, about their relevance to the criterion, and they examine each item and its options to identify the best and worst choices that participants should, you know, do or could do. Some authors defend that at least 1/3 of experts should select an option as correct or wrong for us to use that scoring method. And we need to have enough responses to know, you know, incorrect and incorrect answers per item. And now I'm going to give you some examples of the items that we created. So in creativity, in the creativity domain, we had 5 items with short descriptions, 4 answer options, and a ranking response format. And it is in Portuguese because we developed the tool in Portuguese first, but it will definitely be translated, I believe so. So I'll try to give you a sense of what this says. I'll just translate it, you know. So it says that my boss is very conservative, and upon a very tight schedule, I have to deliver my first project. And I am faced with the possibility of them not liking my project. So what would I do in this situation? So would I try to please my boss and deliver an exceptional work following all the guidelines? Would I try to be very assertive in the deadline that I had, be respectful of the organization, follow all the guidelines, because I want my boss to have a positive note on me? Would I be, you know, better off following just what my boss says, independent of guidelines, just what he says, because I really want him to have a positive overlook of me? Or would I risk, you know, everything, and I would do something that I believe in and that's truly innovative? So these are the 4 answer options, and the participant would have to rank them. And down below we have the ideal ranking from the most to least creative that we could get from a participant. And then we have emotional intelligence. We also went with 4 items, short descriptions, 4 answer options, and a ranking response format for this one. And this one, it says that in the team, some people are not happy with the leadership they are receiving. And they're having a secret discussion about this without the presence of the leader. So if the leader went into the room and you were the leader and you were presented with the situation, you noticed all your co-workers, colleagues are discussing something negative about you, what would you say? And then we have the 4 options. Regarding interpersonal tendencies, we also have 4 items, short descriptions, 4 answer options, and a ranking response format. So I'm just going to give you the description, and then we can talk about the options, the answer options in the questions in the Q&A after this if you want. So it says that the team received project X, and it's very important, it's complex. It comes from, a short deadline, and we've received some money in order to do this project. And the team has a schedule that's very different amongst their members, and they are working in a lot of projects simultaneously. How would we deal with a situation that's both important and not easy to work with? Then we have the 4 answer options. And lastly, the personality traits. We have 30 items because we have 5 per dimension of the Hexaco, so the personality structure model. We have 4 answer options with short descriptions and a ranking response format. And so the situation says, my boss is asking me if I could finish a project until Monday 9 in the morning, but it will clearly make me work throughout the weekend. Would I do it? What would I say when faced with this with this request? So the truth is that it's still a work in progress, as George said, and we are still collecting data because we have to increase our sample size, but the statistical analysis that we've run so far indicate that the items are working as expected. And as George said, not to get too theoretical, the important thing to take from this is that you as an HR technician have options, have help, have people interested in your job, and that do want to make your life easier and do want to make this link between candidates and their ideal job. So this was my presentation. You can ask anything that you want in the Q&A, and you can contact me as well if you want.
Thank you, Beatriz, for your brilliant presentation. Yeah, a very interesting presentation and a nice contribution to the project. So let's move to the next presentation with Professor Paulo Rupino, who is Associate Professor at the University of Coimbra. And the title of his presentation will be Retiring the Resume, Leveraging Blockchain for a Living, Trustable Curriculum Vitae. So Paul, the stage is yours. The stage is yours.
Thank you. So I assume you can see my presentation now, right?
Yeah, perfect.
So good morning, everyone, and welcome to this presentation on blockchains and CVs. So let's go right in. So what is the problem that we are facing? Sorry, guys, my PowerPoint decided to crash on me. Okay, there we go. What's the problem? So the problem is that sorry, guys. Let me restart PowerPoint. So problem number one is using PowerPoint. Problem number two is the one related with blockchains and CV. So what's the problem that we are trying to tackle? So the professional career has changed dramatically over the last years. So nowadays, as has been discussed before, people change jobs frequently. So changing jobs frequently has become the norm instead of the traditional job for life. Also, university education no longer prepares you for life in a fast-moving world. So lifelong training has become a thing. For instance, to keep up with knowledge and changing technology. And participation in projects, as well as credible endorsements, are key data points as you switch jobs more often, okay? So this is one of the concerns. The other one is that the workforce has become much more globalized. For example, nowadays you can easily decide to live and work in any country in the European Union without any bureaucracy attached, right? But companies are really recruiting globally. This raises the issue of the verifiability and comparability of international experiences. For instance, how do you compare two university diplomas from universities in different countries? Or how do you compare the experience into companies in different countries? When you are looking just at the national context, this is much easier because you kind of know the relative importance of universities and companies and so on. But if you are faced with people coming from around the world, how do you examine that? This means that the traditional CV is becoming very inadequate to describe the current professional life and to assist recruiters in their preliminary assessment of the candidates. The CV has gone from a document with a few key, easily verifiable entries to one containing a number of claims that cannot be easily validated. In this presentation, we are going to discuss how blockchain technology, the technology underlying Bitcoin, can be used to address this situation. And what is blockchain, you ask? Well, let's say it's a database, okay? But it is a database with special characteristics. On one hand, data is collected in blocks, okay? Then blocks are time-stamped and they are cryptographically locked to prevent changes. Blocks are then appended to the existing ones and again cryptographically locked to avoid tampering. Whenever a new piece of data comes along, the process is repeated. This data, this sequence of blocks, or blockchain, now you know where the name came from, is replicated across many peers in a network. And they all ensure that nothing is added to their copies without a consensus. Meaning, one rogue peer cannot add anything alone. Others would reject it. So what? How can all this help with CVs? Well, on one hand, this is trustable. Why? Because it is untamperable. Some call it immutable. Recorded data cannot be modified once written. So data cannot be adjusted to suit conveniences of a given moment, okay? For instance, if you have a background on data analysis, you cannot go back and adjust that to data science just because it is trendy. On the other hand, this is an append-only database. Nothing can be deleted. This is great for historical data, such as a professional career. No central authority is needed. It is a peer-to-peer system, so no one entity is in charge. That means that no one entity can lock you out of your data. It is also resilient. The replication of the data across peers and the cryptographic mechanisms make it resilient to outages and to hacking. Even if some servers go down, other copies of the data are somewhere else. And since it is immutable, it is not easily hacked. This means that we can use a blockchain to store career events and their certifications. For example, you can add your own career events to a database that uses blockchain. Then a university, for instance, can attest that indeed those qualifications are correct. Okay, yes, this person effectively did his or her master's here. Of course, companies can do the same. A company can attest that indeed you work there from X date to Y date. And also they can even attest that some training that you have received while you were working at that company is also true, okay? Of course, you can also have certifications and mentions from your bosses and colleagues and so on. Remember though, this is always written to the blockchain at a given point in time, and you can't go back a few years later to change what you entered or what was certified by someone. On top of this, a robust reputation mechanism provides indication to the recruiter about the credibility of the endorsement. For instance, not that we feel that people are dishonest, but they are not exactly unbiased when talking about themselves. So, for instance, if you say, I did a master's at the university, and the university says, yes, this is true, then the recruiter can have a higher degree of confidence that the information is valid. And the same can be said for companies, co-workers, bosses, and so on. Now, the recruiter has a list of career events certified to different degrees and has much more confidence in the decision that he or she has to make. Also, for talents, this is important because it means that they are not competing with others that are pushing fake track records. So, what about the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation? So the GDPR states that except for some cases, you are entitled to ask an organization to delete data about you. There are some exceptions, of course. You cannot ask a bank for money and then ask it to forget everything about you. But this is generally true. For example, you can ask Facebook to delete all of your data. As an European citizen, you are entitled to that. But I've told you that the blockchain is immutable. So how do we comply with GDPR's right to be forgotten? The way we solve this is with what we call in-chain and off-chain registers, okay? So in-chain, meaning in the blockchain, we store the certifications and they are encrypted. Without the key, you cannot read them. And off-chain, we store the personal information. Off-chain meaning a traditional database. And then we link the two. To delete the information, we just delete the traditional database and forget the link to the information on the blockchain. In practice, this works perfectly. From a legal standpoint, this is an open issue because the information is still stored on the blockchain, but it is encrypted and we have thrown away the key. So it's nearly impossible to retrieve. But does this count as deleted? Okay. As with other blockchain applications, regulation is being discussed. But this is usual, okay, for new technologies. They usually test the regulatory frameworks to the limit. So I hope that this was clear for you. What are the uses that we can put blockchain to when dealing with CVs? So thank you for your attention, and I'm very looking forward for your questions.
Thank you, Paul, and also thank you for your capacity to turn something very complex into something very simple. So it's not easy to explain to people from the social sciences and from the management fields. So thank you for your effort and your capacity to make it so simple. So thank you, Paulo. Right now, so we are going to move to Alexandra Constantinidi. She's an alumni from Iscte, and she's going to present a poster from her master thesis dissertation on the based on blockchain. So Alexandra, you can start introducing your presentation. By the way, I would like to say that Alexandra and Neo Talent, they prepared a poster. So because we have all your addresses, we will share these posters with you because we have people that has their emails in the registration. So we will share this poster in your, and eventually more information. We will share this poster with you. Okay. So Alexandra, you can start.
Okay. 1 minute. So I'm gonna present a bit about the master thesis we did. Our managers ready for HRM 4.0, the potential role of blockchain technology. I'm not gonna get into details again of what is blockchain and etc. because the previous we talked about previously. So I'm just gonna talk about the collection, the data collection methods and the results. So so it was a qualitative analysis where all interviews were semi-structured and semi-informal in order to have the flexibility if one respondent wanted to share more knowledge of the matter. And from the beginning of each interview, confidentiality was guaranteed, and all interviews were audio recorded and transcribed. There were 15 questions, and each interview was around 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah. So now I'm gonna talk about yeah. So now I'm gonna talk about the interviews. So the thought about that was to talk with people that could combine the knowledge of blockchain and HRM. But because it's a new technology, it was very hard to find the perfect combination. So we sum it up with dividing into two sectors, the HR sector and the IT sector, where people in the HR sector had a very general knowledge of blockchain technology, and where people in the IT sector could give us a bit more formal knowledge of blockchain and also a bit about HR. Okay, so to continue, here are some quotes of people that mentioned in their interviews, where you can see the general idea of people, of HR managers and people in the IT sector, of how blockchain could be implemented or impact various aspects of HR. So we can see that an interviewee said that it will expand human capability in order to make more informed decisions. That HR manager wants to recruit people and they get like 1,000 CVs. Maybe through blockchain they can eliminate that time. Also, confidentiality was a key point of blockchain. So someone said that confidentiality is so secure with blockchain that for even governmental reason, blockchain is the solution for confidentiality and privacy. It is the most secure in comparison with other technologies. Of course, most of them thought that privacy is being reinforced. And to continue that, a lot of them thought that blockchain is secure, but you should always consider it case by case. It cannot be generalized in all aspects of where you want to implement blockchain technology. You need to know where to implement it and for what reason. Also, a lot of them said that it's not friendly user for someone who doesn't have very specific knowledge. Is a bit hard. And here maybe is the most important chart of the thesis, because we have the results. I'm gonna give some details here to share, because from each question we could take the source of each question, like CV scanning, less time consuming, confidentiality, privacy, user-friendly, automation of tasks, data tracking, and employees. Where in this chart we can see that CV scanning, less time consuming, and automation of tasks is on the low level of the ethical concerns, which means that most of the interviewees believe that there are no ethical concerns regarding these aspects, but it was an advantage from blockchain technology, where at the same time, the security, confidentiality, and privacy was both on the high level of ethical concerns and also on the advantages from blockchain. To continue, here is a more simple picture of what we saw before, the perceived advantage from blockchain technology. The only disadvantage is that it's not user-friendly. And on the high level of advantage is CV scanning, automation of tasks, and less time consuming. And regarding the ethical concerns, it's on the high level is, as I said before, employees' privacy, security, and confidentiality, where on the low level, again, is CV scanning, less time consuming, and automation of tasks. So the results from the interviews and from the master thesis was to show the fact that managers are eager to implement this technology, and they are waiting for this technology because they believe there is, it will tone down all the workload, and as a result, it will give them the chance to be more focused on the employees, on the people. And it's something that the respondent number 3 said, that it is so worth the time saving via the help of all these technologies. Imagine if blockchain technology could be implemented now. As an HR manager, I could interact more with the people. So that was the end. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Thank you for your brief presentation and your contribution to the debate. I hope we have some questions to debate at the end of the presentation. Now we will have the last presentation with Hugo Amaro. Hugo Amaro is a project manager at Instituto Pedro Nunes Coimbra, and is going to talk about smart recruitment support tools. So Hugo, are you there? You can start. Thank you.
Hello. Let me just start my presentation. Just a second, I have some issues with the PowerPoint.
Okay, it's working.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me to present the work we are doing in the Digital Talent Ecosystem project. I'm going to talk a bit about the smart recruitment support tools that we are implementing. And during this presentation, we are going to address 3 main components that involve talent recommendation, team recommendations, and career recommendations. Each of one consists in the implementation of a smart tool to support one type of user inside the platform. So starting with the talent recommendation system, our intention is to implement a tool that supports the recruiter in his job in a way that does not replace him and is not intrusive of his work, but helps him be more efficient in his work. As Paulo pointed out in his presentation, recruiters nowadays face issues regarding the number of opportunities they have to respond to, and the number of talents they have to sift through when they are picking up talents for opportunities or picking up teams for projects that are presented to them by their clients. And the objective of our tool is not just to improve the recruiter's efficiency, but also to reduce errors and bias that the recruiter may be subject to when he's faced with such a load of work. Okay, the tool also intends to emulate the recruiter's process of selecting talents, emulating the human in the selection of talents, and this was achieved in terms of the validation. It was achieved through talking with experienced personnel in the recruiting area. So let me just close this. So the talent recommendation system consists of several components. And one of the first components allows us to infer skills that are not present in the talents curriculum that was submitted to the platform. And this happens because in the world of technology, for instance, there are many skills that the talent can fill in his curriculum, but some other skills are not so obvious for all the talents. And I'll use an example throughout the presentation that I think it's a good example to explain this. For instance, when a talent has experience in Java programming or C# programming, he most likely has experience in object-oriented programming also, but it's not a skill that usually someone will fill in his curriculum, although sometimes it can be a skill that is required for an opportunity. Okay, but other talents can fill it in their curriculum, but at the same time, is not something that is missing from the other talent. Is just missing in his curriculum. Okay, so on this first step, we use a technique that is very similar to the ones used in multiple movie recommendation engines that exist in streaming platforms nowadays. And this allows us to infer some missing information from the data set that we have of the talent skills. For instance, and the movie recommendation makes it easier to explain. If a person saw a set of movies and enjoyed those movies, and that set of movies has some similarities between them, and another person saw a subset of those movies, I might be able to infer that the second person will probably enjoy watching a movie from that set that the first person enjoyed because of the similarity of the movies. Okay, in a similar way, but with a lot of more considerations, of course. If a person has a set of skills that are related to each other, like the ones I use as an example, I can use that information to fill in the missing data about other user sets of skills. and when I say that we have to have some considerations, it's because like I used in the example, although object-oriented programming is related to some languages like C# or Java, it's not related to other types of programming. So the skills that we are able to infer are organized in groups that have that relation. Okay. So after that first step, our system, what tries to achieve is to assess the talent's fitness to a specific opportunity. And to do that, it doesn't use just the skills that the talent has from his curriculum or that were inferred by other parts of the system, like the previous jobs that he had or the workshops of training that he attended to. But he looks also at other characteristics like the talent assessment framework that Jorge Simval talked about, and his experience, his expected salary, where does he live, if the opportunity requires him to move to another place, his current availability, his intended role inside a project team, and others. And one advantage that a system like this can have in terms of reducing bias, like I referred before, is that we can do all these recommendations without including any characteristics or social aspects that may be seen as a gender or race bias. Okay. So other considerations that we have besides those that I mentioned so far came from so like I said, it's a multiple step in terms of trying to pick the best talents for a certain opportunity, and some come from those from the first inference of skills, and then from the ones that I mentioned before in terms of analyzing not just the skills but other characteristics about the user in order to assess a rank in terms of that talent to a specific opportunity. And there is also a component of machine learning that takes into consideration what you can learn from other opportunities that were similar to this one, and the talents that were attributed or selected to those opportunities. Okay, that in terms of the more general use cases that existed in the past from which the system can learn. But we also analyze, if we have data in our data set, we also analyze what that client to which the opportunity belongs to. We also analyze other opportunities of that client and what sort of talents, what characteristics of talents that were selected to that specific client, so that we may pick talents that are more suited to work with them. And it's sort of a company personality that we are trying to infer, right? Because companies are different, and the way they work and the way they choose their talents to stay for longer periods of time, it comes from the personality, not just of the company, but how the personality of the talents fit the personality of the company. And we can infer some of this personality by the assessment tests that we do on the platform. So moving on to team recommendation. So far we were talking about picking individual talents for a specific opportunity, and other projects that are presented to the recruiters involve not just selecting one talent, but selecting a set of talents that fit that fill all the requirements of a given opportunity. So they have to build a team that fulfills all those requirements as a whole. Okay. And to do that, they have to pick talents with all the skills that will be required to implement that project. But they also have to make other considerations, such as the available budget that exists for that project in terms of salaries and project duration. But they also have to pick a team that together have all the necessary skills to produce the product that they are intended to. And the way we do this is not just using the results from our talent recommendation system. We use the talent recommendation system to sort of produce ranks in terms of each of these characteristics that I present on this slide to that opportunity. Okay, but we also use a sort of very tuned genetic algorithm that will pick talents and join different talents in a team, and it's evaluated by a complex, I can say complex, fitness function that will score that team regarding that specific project. Okay, it ends up being a dynamic fitness calculation for that project, and then we optimize the teams with we do optimizing multi-objective. I'm sorry, I'm missing the word, but we try to alter the team and substitute talents on the selected teams in order to reach a group that fulfills the project needs better. So when we are building a team, it's important to notice that we don't want just the skills that we need to fulfill the project, but we have to also take in consideration that the team has to have some synergy when they are going to work together. For instance, if we are implementing a project that consists in a web platform, right? We are going to have different skills that will be needed, like back office implementation, database skills to implement the database and implement queries to the database that will fulfill the requirements of the platform. We also need front-end implementation, front-end design, but on the other end, we want the team to have at least some persons in that team have to have some experience, some previous experience in implementing that sort of projects, because we don't want an all greenish teams that, when faced with the project and faced with problems that appear when they are implementing the project, they won't know how to approach and they have no experience, right? So we want to balance the team. In terms of experience, we want some members that are experienced. We also want to promote junior talents. So we want that team to have at least someone that will gain that experience for future projects. But we also need someone that has some leadership skills to lead the others and to promote progress in the implementation, and also we want different level of not just experience, but also in terms of career progress that has implications on the salary each of one will receive, in order to match and to be within the budget of the project. So as you can see, our fitness function that will evaluate the different teams takes a lot of characteristics into consideration in order to pick a set of best skills. And that set of a set of best talents for the project, and that set of best talents for the project is presented to the recruiter inside the interface without being intrusive, and the recruiter is able to analyze the different strengths of each team and why those specific talents were chosen for each of the teams, and he can easily ask the system to replace someone or to suggest different teams if he's not satisfied enough. So this I'm just explaining so you can see that what we are building is not an intelligence system that will replace the recruiter, but a smart interface tool that will accelerate how the recruiter does his job. And the final tool that we have, it's not for the recruiters, but for the actual talents. So nowadays, imagining or choosing a career path for the talents can be a complex problem. The talent, particularly when the talents are not very well experienced, they are faced with many questions that they cannot answer, like what opportunities should I apply to, what skills should I invest in, what salary am I worth, am I now ready, or do I have enough experience now to apply to a managing position? Am I going to be an intern forever, right? So what we are trying to implement is a smart tool that will be presented to the talents inside their application on the platform, that allows them to set objectives for the future, right? So different talents have different objectives for the future in terms of where they want to go with their career, because not everyone wants to be a project manager in the future. Someone may want to be an expert in databases, or an expert in systems engineering. So we allow the talent, although it's not mandatory, we allow the talent to choose an objective for their future. And what we want to do with this tool is to compare previous career paths, right? And try to define a path for this talent that he can try to follow during his professional life in order to reach the objective that he set. And that career path includes different things, like as he gains experience, what opportunities should he apply for next, or regarding the kinds of opportunities that have been showing up, because the market is very dynamic, right? If the talent should now acquire new skills, or going to training workshops that will allow him to show on his curriculum that he has acquired a new skill that allows him to apply for a new opportunity. And the system will also constantly analyze the fitness of this talent to all the opportunities that are available on the platform and try to suggest which opportunity you should apply for next. And the main goal is not only to reach that objective that is set for the future, because you may even not have set an objective, but to help the talent progress during his career, and the progress in terms of not just skills, but also the salary that is worth. So thank you for your presentation. I was not very technical and didn't present many details on how we implement this, but I will be available for questions next.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. We are running out of time, so but we still have here a few questions. Let me see some of the questions that people launched in the Facebook platform. Okay, so the first one that I can see here is, with about 98% of small medium enterprises in Portugal, are these companies ready for this technological advance? What are the next steps? So this is a very pertinent question, because in Portugal the reality is that most of the companies are small medium enterprises. So who wants to answer this question?
I can share some comments regarding that question, if I may. Yes, in fact, our country is built on very small, some even family-like companies, and even though they lack sometimes resources, and they are stuck in their own businesses and their own ways of doing, I still believe it doesn't it doesn't take a lot of breakthroughs on those companies to start adopting these new technologies. I would see, and by all means, I'm not trying to sell the project here or nothing like that, but any type of platform that it's open, what has the potential to be open to the world and share and make available this type of tools, acceleration tools to the market, it's something that can be accessed, used, subscribed. I don't know, we don't have any business model for this yet, by any type of company. And if this happens, if this is the way the market could go, if this is a tool that the market is willing to invest into to adopt and make this a profitable business, I would say this is the means for more and more companies have access to this. So we are not expecting for companies, every big or small company, have the means and the will and the money to create its own project in these areas. So by accessing third-party tools like this one could be in the future, it could be the way.
Okay, Paul, thank you.
Can I just have one
please, Paul.
into what Paulo just said? Because it is indeed in the European Union as a whole, 99% of companies are SMEs. We usually don't have this impression, and I'm not saying 99% to say very high. I'm being exact, 99%. I would usually paste the link on the chat window, but since there are people watching on Zoom and Facebook, I suggest that you Google EU 99% SMEs. And the first hit of the Google page is the link from the European Union saying that what is the SME definition, and that in the European Union, 99% of companies are indeed SMEs, which means that the project is even more relevant, as Paulo said.
Thank you, Paul. So I have here another question. Maybe it's a concern from my from my HR students. And this question is quite pertinent. Will the HR manager role, at least in the selection area, disappear? That's maybe a concern because they are afraid that technology will replace them in the future. So I don't know if you want to answer this question. Alexandra, you talked about the main concerns about blockchain and so on. So maybe...
that's a very good question. And with all the interviews I had, none of them thought that the HR manager would disappear. They thought something extremely different, actually, that with the implementation of this technology, about blockchain, of course, it will help them make their job even more professional and better with more quality. Because at the moment, the biggest issue with HR managers is the workload. So most of them, if not all of them, believe that it will make them work even better and do what they have to do. So none of them had that concern, actually. It was the exact opposite.
I agree.
I also totally agree. I don't, even though there are a lot of concerns regarding technology, AI replacing us all in our work, I don't see that coming. I'm not those prophets for a Skynet future, no. But I see these tools, either AI or anything else, as an enhancement for humans as we know them. So it's more like, I used this before in another context, it's like an exoskeleton for the brain that expands one's capacity.
Okay, thank you. I have here another question, just let me flow, it's not an easy task. As the recruitment process are getting more complex, how do you manage the expectations of the candidates during all the process, mainly at the final stages? So maybe for Hugo or Paul, people from the IT, how can we use some technological tools to help people to manage their expectations? Because I remember that this is something that my students complain, because they cannot manage their anxiety, their expectations, and sometimes the selection process is too long. It takes time to receive feedback. So how can you, as engineers, IT people, can help people to manage their expectations?
Well, I can give my 50 cents regarding this as a talent provider and as someone that works in a company that on a daily basis contacts and hires and manages tens and hundreds of candidates. It's definitely a very difficult task because, again, Ricardo, the persona I've presented, having 50 open roles at the same time, maybe it's not 50, it's 40, it's 30, it's a lot. So it's, and those roles have multiple candidates at the same time also being considered. So multiply this for almost 20-person team we have right now of recruiters. That's a lot of candidates and a lot of feedback and a lot of work that has to be done and a lot of expectations that have to be managed. So, and I see it as currently it's, and we own this. We let's not go and say that we are doing our best job. No, we fail. We fail to give feedback to some candidate, and that's bad. But we know this. We try our best to keep up and manage everyone's feedback and expectations, but it's humanly impossible to do this right now. That's where technology comes into place. I think that, and again, recruitment, like a lot of other businesses and activities, it's a human activity. It's one-to-one. It's like sales, so it's for a different purpose. It's one-to-one. Putting machines doing the human's job, it's not possible to some extent. So there are parts of the process that definitely must be done by humans, one-to-one, either face-to-face or Zoom-to-Zoom. That's not relevant right now, but it has to be done by humans with a human touch. But there are a lot of other activities that can be automated, where we can have acceleration tools that can remove the burden of doing repetitive tasks, low added value tasks out of the recruiters or the talent managers or the hiring managers desk, and leave that to the machine, to the technology, to AI, to blockchain, to whatever. And that leaves the recruiter to do what is good to do, manage expectations. So that's where technology comes into it.
Thank you, Paul.
If I may add, it's what Paulo said, but from my perspective, from the engineering perspective, the platform that we are implementing now, the set of features that we are implementing now, will not solve all of those problems that can address the issues in the expectations of the talents. But it's something that we can be evolved for the future, right? But these digital tools allow for speeding up of those processes, and that helps a bit. And also the digital evaluation tools that we have give immediate feedback to the talents, right? And that also helps a bit. And if we develop tools that they can all add a bit to the problem, we can reduce the expectations, the issues for the talents, right?
Yeah, I agree. Maybe one question for Paul Pin. Doesn't something like Uber talent raise ethical issues and make the candidate experience less personalized?
I'm thinking on how to approach the question, because actually the use of blockchain technology takes us farther away from Uber-like approaches. In Uber, you have a centralized entity, which is Uber, that connects drivers and people that want to be taken somewhere. And with blockchain, you have a peer-to-peer approach. As I said, you don't have a central authority. So it means that the connections are not dependent on someone. The interactions are one-to-one. But that's quite a complex question that I would need some more data to provide a more meaningful answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have here another one. Are these maybe for Jorge or Beatriz, are these selection methods suitable for all roles or limited to certain functions? I don't know if Beatriz or Jorge wants to answer this question.
Well, I can say that it always depends in the profile of the function which we want to develop the assessments. So it's, for example, an administrative with a lot of multitask, we want to measure multitask. However, if it is a very repetitive task without complexity and the diversity of tasks, probably that particular construct is not that pertinent to measure. So it depends on the role, but of course it can be implemented to any person, since he or she is able to answer. And I believe that's it in a short glimpse.
Yeah, I don't know if I can add something, but I think that, for example, if we have a profile that has X, Y, Z, things that are important to measure, and then we have a profile that doesn't have Z necessary, then we are not going to measure this construct. So it's adapting the tool that we have to the profile that we need to analyze. But I would also say that I'll just talk about the situation judgment test as an example. So when we have a very specific domain that's very specific to this profile, it is to measure this profile ability to work, to increase its performance. So it's specific. But then we have items that are more general, specifically because they are things that we need to assess that are common to all of the workers that an organization has. So it depends on the profile. It can be applied to every single worker, but we need to think whether it is useful to apply it or not.
Okay, thank you. And finally, maybe one question for Hugo Amaro. Would any talents in the team recommendation feature be discarded if the analytics tool mentioned or indicated that a specific person didn't fit to the group? So this could be quite dangerous from the HR point of view. If the recommendation system says, okay, this person is not appropriate for this team, okay, you discard, and maybe you can create a conflict, or I don't know. What is your opinion?
Well, it depends on what you want to say when it doesn't fit the team, because if he doesn't have the set of skills that are necessary for that specific opportunity, right? If a project does not involve database implementation, and that talent skills are specific for database implementations, it seems to me that it doesn't belong on that team, right? Like I said during my presentation, and now looking at the problem not such in a strict way, right? The tool is a support tool for the recruiter, and not something that is going to give him all the available teams that he may pick for that opportunity, right? The tool will make suggestions of teams and will allow the recruiter to manipulate those results. First, the tool will present him several teams, not just one, okay? The recruiter is able to manipulate all those suggestions as he wants, in order that if he feels that other talents should fit in, he can even pick a talent to fill in a team and lock that talent in, and force the system to create a team with that talent inside that team. Okay, so a talent may not be fit for multiple reasons to be present in some teams. Okay, but if the system wants with a better suited rank or not, the system will be able to pick the best team that he can pick with that talent inside of a team. Okay, so it's not the team building is not strict, right? It's very flexible.
Okay, thank you. It's good to know that the system is flexible, because here the HR managers, they can play an important role to make to balance the system and the algorithm, to manage the algorithm. Yeah,
it's a support tool.
Exactly.
That supports managers' work.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay. Yeah, Beatriz.
I don't know
yes.
if I can add something very, very short. But I think the question was coming from someone asking as a concern, if someone didn't fit, would they be discarded, wasn't it?
Exactly.
I think it's important to know that the focus is not screening people to discard them. It's not trying to see if they're, up to their most optimal performance, and if they are not, they'll be discarded. I think what's important to know is that this tool is meant to be used as a focus to improve the teams that we have, and not to take people out. Is to use the talents that we have the best and to make the most of it. So it's not meant to fire anyone.
Okay, thank you, Beatriz, for your final contributions. We are almost close to the lunch time, so it's time to finalize. I would like to thank all of you guys. You are my team. I work with you. It's a pleasure. Stay tuned, because we will start. We will be back again at 2:30, 2:30, with the round table, the disruptive world of people management, new paradigms and challenges. It will be moderated by my colleague Patrícia Costa. And we will have Márcia Leitão from ADECO, Sérgio Calhau from Mercer, and Tiago Mush from Korn Ferry. So once again, stay tuned. Thank you for being here, and I'll see you at 2:30. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the HR Digital Transformation Conference. Now we're going to have the second roundtable during the afternoon with the title, The Disruptive World of People Management, New Paradigms and Challenges. It's a pleasure to have here my colleague, Patricia Costa, as a moderator. She's professor at Iscte. Patricia, you can start. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Aristide. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon of the first day of the conference. We had an interesting morning, and now we'll follow with two roundtables in the afternoon. As Professor Aristide just said, this roundtable is about new paradigms and challenges for people management that drive from digital transformation. Before introducing the participants and to open this roundtable, we have one of the participants has a video that we would like to share with you that in a way gives the context and the scenario for this roundtable. So we are going to share it with you now, and then we'll proceed with presenting the participants. Okay, so thank you for bringing this video. The video focuses precisely on the value of human capital in organizations. Indeed, the three people we have here in this roundtable that I'm going to present now all come from consulting companies that have a special focus on managing people and on human resources. So with us in this table, we have Marcia Leitão, who is a manager at Aveco. Welcome, Marcia. It's very good to have you with us. We also have Sérgio Calhau, who is a principal. And we have Tiago Muj, who is also a principal at Corn Ferry, which is actually the company that developed the video, as you were able to see. So thank you for sharing it with us. So I'm very happy to have the three of you here to discuss with us and to share your experiences around this topic. I would like to start by addressing something that, in our perspective, is an unavoidable issue, which is the pandemic. The last year and a half was marked by many changes in how people worked, and with the inclusion, or at least with an increase of the use of technology in work. So my first question is precisely how, in your perspective, did the pandemic influence people and people management? So maybe we can start with Tiago, if you could start.
Yes, hi Patricia. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And just to frame the discussion, and I would like to share something around the thoughts and ideas on what the COVID brings to the workplace environment. So as we know by now, the future of work is right now, because the COVID forced us, all of us, both the companies and the society, to a huge transformation. But when you look into companies in an overall perspective, we could easily highlight that the majority of the companies has overcome a global test of organizational agility. And some of the transformations that were made would take 3 up to 5 years or even more, or probably never would be occur if the pandemic will not arrive. So pointing this out is a good way to look into COVID-19, but of course it's a pandemic. So the pros and cons are there for us to assess. But when we look into the perspective of the employees, of course, we know by now, and that's why I always like to back up with facts and figures, we know by now that the majority of the employees think and strongly believe that this situation of the work from home or a hybrid model could address and could bring results in terms of efficiency and in terms of performance to the companies. And people highlighted as well that they are happier working from home, and that in the future that they assume that will be the new reality in a way that people can combine in a blend situation, work from home and work from on-site model. But of course we know that this is not all good news, and of course there are many challenges ahead, and the reports that we have highlighted that people struggle to stay motivated working from home. It's harder to build a common culture, a sense of identity. And of course, the people that experience this new reality has always home distractions. They are not able to unplug, and I think the most of us feel this in a daily basis. And of course, the sense of loneliness and lack of collaboration is there to stay. So by saying that, I think that the key issue, and to give some assumptions to our discussion in this afternoon, is that we should look into this subject in 3 different levels of analysis. First of all, the organization. So we will not have the one-size-fits-all model. We need to understand what is the organization that we are talking about. Probably the organizations that are more flat and that are more agile address this type of challenges more easily than others. And of course, this will force the organizations to reconsider the organizational structure, the operating model, how they are organized, and of course, their culture and values. When we look into the organizations, we need to add a second level of discussion, which is the leaders. So the leadership is critical and crucial to develop a framework where people can feel safe, secured, and perform at high levels. So of course that we need to understand if the leaders that we have today have the set of skills and capabilities to lead remotely, and what is it all about. It's completely different to have 5 direct reports or to have 15 or 50 around the world. How can I do it? How can I become closer to each one of them? And of course the people, we will not have the same answer, and probably we will have people that love to work from home, others that prefer to be on site due to different situations. But we need to understand if we have the people with the traits and drivers to accommodate this new reality that for sure is here to stay. And we see it all in the news lately. Several companies tried to push the comeback to the office, and what was the reactions around the world. So I don't like to get more complexity to the issue, or to bring more complexity. But we need to understand what we are talking about and what is the level of challenge when we are talking about changing the company in terms of different working types of working schedules. Of course, that we will find some job families in some industries that will face this transition in a more smooth way, because the nature of work in terms of the physical location, in terms of the tools and the machines that are required to perform the job, and even in terms of the communication, if it's needed to be face-to-face with others, or if we can do it remotely and the output and the outcome will be precisely the same, we need to put all of this into perspective and understand that probably under the same roof, inside the same company, we will not have the same answer to the entire population. And the level of challenge is huge, because there are some type of roles or activities that a major change will require a complete redefinition of the entire business model. So what I think that the COVID-19 brought us all today is that we are living one specific time in history where things will never be the same again. And some of the changes are definitely here to stay, but the companies need to understand how they are going to manage it and what is the best strategy to implement and to make the rollout. And for sure that the strategy around the comeback to the office will be a statement around what is our culture and how we do things in here.
Thank you very much, Tiago, for setting the stage basically for all of the discussion that we are going to have for the next hour and a half. I don't know, Marcia, do you feel the same thing? So Tiago brought a lot of challenges from the pandemic, and I noticed one of the key ideas was that a change that was supposed to take 2 to 5 years to implement, we had only a few weeks to do so because of the pandemic. Do you feel the same? How is your perspective on how this influenced people management?
Okay, thank you, Patricia. First of all, I would like to thank also to Iscte for this initiative. It's also a pleasure to participate in this debate. Well, I start to say that Tiago's presentation was quite broad and descriptive of the challenge that the pandemic raised regarding the issue of working from home. Yes, I agree with Tiago. I think that there's a sentence that describes very well the reality that we are living, is that one size fits all. I think that all the companies have a huge challenge in the future, and Adecco is trying to understand what model to adopt. We know for sure that will be an hybrid one, but we don't know how hybrid it will be. I think that you have to have. It will depend on the teams, their seniority, probably, and with all the certain, we will have our employees with some different perspective about to work from home. There's a thing that it's highlighting this matter is the challenge that we have with our leaders. Okay, so yes, leaders have to work in some soft skills to manage this new situation. I think that the digital age obligate leaders to become or to have a strategic vision, flexibility and openness to change, innovation, emotional intelligence. This one, I think that is very important. And communication. Communicate a lot, communicate transparently. So leaders have a huge role in this new era post-pandemic. And they also have to have participatory management. Okay, they have to share information and involving the team in decision making and processes. So I think that this pandemic and this acceleration brought some critical issues, but I think that our managers have a quite challenge in the future with this digital era.
Thank you, Marcia. So departing from what Marcia was just saying, Sergio, do you feel the same challenges not only within your company, but also with your clients in terms of how the pandemic did influence the way they were working, their main concerns? How did it work with the clients?
Yeah, it was. It is still a big challenge. I agree with Tiago and Marcia, of course, regarding the importance of the flexible working model and also the roles and challenges of the leadership. But I believe that the pandemic has accelerated in a way HR transformation, but in some ways I think it was a parallel challenge. So there are things that are specific of the pandemic that hopefully we won't have to manage nearby soon. So, but yes, of course, the impact was huge. First of all, I think the HR people and the people managers were very much focused on making sure that people had the conditions to work. So making sure that they had the collaborative tools. So in a way, I think that accelerated the use of some platforms and some softwares regarding collaborative work, and that was good. I remember that 1 year ago, a client of ours asked us to help him accelerate the use of that platform, but after the pandemic, it was not necessary anymore because people were using it, of course, because they needed it every day at every time. Of course, then there was the work from home, but I think companies have started to understand that there might be a added value in developing a flex work model. I agree there is not one size fits all, so you have to understand what kind of model or models, because you might have more than one working with your company, depending on the team, the activity they do, etc. So there is a great focus of companies and clients now on that issue. But I think the most disruptive was the change in business models and operational models, because there were some industries that were very much affected and they had to reinvent themselves in terms of business. And that had a big impact on also how people worked, the kind of jobs they have, the kind of competences they need to have to address those issues. So I believe that there are some things that are really good. I remember that clients were afraid of the digital maturity of some employees because they were not adhering to the transformational and all the digital process. And I believe from, I would say from 6 years old to 100 years old, everybody had to increase their maturity in terms of digital tools. And I think that was good. And I think that was a step for improvement. But yes, overall, from recruitment to onboarding, to training, to whatever you think in terms of HR and people that involves HR, the pandemic had a great impact. So, and also HR had to reinvent themselves and to look for platforms and ways of also to deliver what was expected from them. But in terms of the HR role, I think the HR came also to the center stage, if it was not there already, because they had to deliver numbers in terms of engagement, or people working, in terms of performance, in terms also of sickness, what were the backup plans. So yeah, it was a time, it's still a time of big change. But overall, I think we all have learned a lot. And I believe some changes came to stay.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I think Sergio pointed to something that's very interesting, which is this parallel between the change that was already ongoing despite of the pandemic, and then what was accelerated by the pandemic, right? And you were also highlighting some areas, some HR areas, onboarding, recruitment, and so on that were affected. Considering the broader scenario, not just the pandemic one, but now moving to a broader scenario of digital transformation, regardless of the current situation, what do you believe are the main areas of people management that are more affected by digital transformation, and how? Sergio, do you want to continue and then?
Yeah, I can go on. Sure, no problem. Yeah, I believe they're pretty much the same. So overall, we can see that the impact is very big. So we can start by the HR role. So of course, with automation and digital transformation, there are some activities or tasks that now are automated. So, and what is expected from the HR is a more lean, agile, and also focused role. So lean in terms of course, getting rid of the administrative work that can be done by automation. You also have the lean, so to simplify as much as possible many processes, especially the HR processes, and focusing on what is important for business and what delivers value. That's one thing in terms of the HR role. There is an impact. Also, in terms of the competencies of the HR people, there is also, I believe, a change, because nowadays with the digital transformation, you have and companies start, especially HR, start to have lots of data also that they can work on in terms of analytics and making also some using it for decisions to improve decisions around people and talent. And I believe so. One of the things is that HR people will be required to have more digital skills and analytics and data skills. And that is pretty much the same for all the other people, I believe. And that's one of the things that has changed. Nowadays, we see clients and companies assessing what is the digital maturity of the people they recruit. So it's one of the factors that we didn't see some time ago, but it is important today. So despite all the other technical and behavioral traits that are important, the question of if the person is digital or not, and digital, I mean not using just Facebook to communicate with friends, but to use technology in a productive way and added value. I believe it's also something that is important. And of course, as much as you can see that the use of HRMS, the Human Resources Management Systems, where you integrate everything, right, in terms of processes and information from HR. Of course, that brings also some responsibilities to the people managers. So with these systems, many times it was centralized in HR, and now the leaders have also a role to play here. So, but they are demanding that their role should be as simplified as possible and focused on the business. So the HR needs to balance also this. Yeah, but I believe we have many challenges. I could stay here and speak a lot, but I have two other colleagues to speak. But I would stress especially the challenge. I believe that's one of the most important ones that we have in terms of the future of work, of upskilling and reskilling, because the digital transformation is changing the nature of jobs, not only on HR, but all across companies. And that is demanding, like Marcia was saying also, different kinds of sets of skills and competences, and we should be all very careful about it and looking forward to see and identify what is needed for us to be competitive in the future.
Thank you. Marcia, so building on Sergio's intervention, so what do you believe are the most affected areas in human resources management by digital transformation? So Sergio was now talking about the remote work as something that's also now almost a request, right? How do you see this issue?
Okay, Patricia, I think that talking about digital HR is talking about an organizational culture focused on innovation, okay? It requires a cultural change in leaders and their employees, and implies a structured change since it has a central and daily strategic role that directly influences the workflow. Sergio was talking about the need of the companies to upskilling and reskilling. And I think that this is one important input that Sergio gave to this debate. If we think, for example, on the reality of the automobile industry that is changing and fast, we can see that massive technology-driven disruption exacerbated by COVID pandemic and has accelerated the pace of transformation and shift talent strategies. A few years ago, when our clients came to us asking for a mechanical or an engineer or an electrical engineer or an IT programmer, there were three totally different people with different skill sets. But the truth is that this reality has changed. Today, an engineer must understand all three skill sets, and more importantly, he or she has to understand all these skill sets in the products or process. So, yes, I believe that companies will need to upskill or reskill their workforce to meet the demand for different types of engineers, specialists, service teams, and much more. Nevertheless, I think that we are talking about digital transformation and how, in somehow, AI will do some of our jobs in the daily basis. But I think that in a business as recruitment or specialized recruitment, there's something that no digital transformation can replace or eliminate in the process, in the recruitment process. That is the contact that we have with our candidates, the so-called human-to-human model. So I believe that no matter how the world or this digital transformation can change our world and our forms to do our work, we in Adecco, and I believe that in other companies, that its core business is to be with people and work with our persons. We will always defend the contact, the proximity, and relationship. I think that it's the most important for us.
So thank you, Marcia. Tiago, we have here on the one hand, so both Marcia and Sergio highlighted the central stage of HR in this digital transformation scenario. On the one hand, because of the need to adapt and to be more agile, be more focused, and so on, having a lot of administrative work more automated. But on the other hand, as Marcia was highlighting, also the importance of human-to-human contact. So in your perspective, how does this digital transformation does affect HRM, and what are the most relevant areas in your perspective?
Well, trying to build on what my colleagues just commented, I think that HR should be seen not only as an internal provider, but should be seen as the one that really need to run and to deliver the change. So one of the key challenges around human resources is to sit at the top level of the house and to sit alongside with the board and try to challenge the board to think about what the future, that by the way it's right now, will look like. How many people do we need? What is the shape that is required to our business? How can we be organized? What is the best operating model? What are the critical skills? How can we visioning the future, and what is the role of HR sitting at the front of this huge, massive transformation? And we work with several clients around the globe, and of course, there are two areas of concern at this stage. First of all is, of course, the technology. The world is changing. Some industries are changing like never before, and this will bring a new challenge in terms of HR. What are the future skills that we need? And we know that we need, but we don't have it. Will we make or will we buy? How will we address that demand? And in the other hand, what will be the role of our future leaders? What we expect from them? How can we act and work with them and prepare them to be an enabler for that huge transformation? So it's not only a matter of the HR that is changing, it's the entire ecosystem that is changing, and HR should be at the front seat leading that transformation. And of course, that will impact on several areas inside human resources management, from hire to retire. But the digital will not be a thing or a channel anymore, will be the reality. So the thing is that some processes, some procedures will be moved into a more digital way. The companies are now thinking about what are the future jobs, what could be automated. Is it the same to have a huge company with several different hierarchical layers, or how can we bring more agility? Is it possible to have a leader with a huge team with all of them working from home? And we have several examples around the world, and in Portugal also, where the HR has now been seen like never as a trusted advisor of the CEO. And I think that's a huge opportunity that the HR should not miss, to make a point that they can think strategically and that they can make a strong contribution for the business.
So taking that idea of, as you said, that this is an entire ecosystem change, not just a specific changes in HR or in other areas, can you, all of you, tell us a little bit about any strategies or global programs that you have in place in your own organization, or that you know eventually from some clients that they have in place to deal with digital transformation and with the inclusion of technology, and how do you evaluate them? Marcia, can you please give us some examples of this?
I'm sorry. Yes, Patricia, I think that there's one program that the ADECO group taking place. It was one operation that was led by two of our companies of the group. That was a program that was developed by Modis and LHH. So basically, what these two companies made was to create one model or one business model that was called. I'm sorry, give me just 1 minute. I'm sorry, I have the name of the program to share with you guys. I'm sorry, give me just 1 minute.
Maybe it will come later. But if you have the details on the program.
Yes, basically what our teams did was to and thinking about all this problem that the COVID brought into the airplane industry, where the millions of thousands of hundreds of people became without work. So what these two companies made was to establish a program that took all this employed person and recollect and put them to work in another industry. And then what we accomplished is that we took these employers that work in the aviation industry and put them to work in the e-commerce. It was a brilliant idea. It was a program that had a huge impact in our clients and in our candidates. So I think that this is a good example. How can we help our clients? And when we talk about innovation, I think that we cannot only think in innovation that are based in internet or digital, but innovation that really add value to our clients and really help us to deal with situations like this pandemic that was something that from overnight we had to deal with and adjust. So I think that this is a good example of what Adecco Group made with our clients.
Thank you, Marcia. Great example. Sergio, do you have any other examples of strategies or programs that you would like to share?
Yeah, we have some. I believe from what I recall, I remember having a call in, I think it was March, April last year, with some colleagues of ours from Asia. So because they were like 3 months ahead of us in terms of the pandemic. And I think one of the things that, at least for global companies, I believe it was useful and it is useful, is to have a more collaborative network nowadays. So, and I think that many companies, even those that are not international but Portugal-based, have seen also greater levels of collaboration between teams. And I believe that is something you can add as a strategy. And so there are several programs in place to have more synergies in terms not only of teams in Mercer, but because Mercer is part of a broader group of companies, Marsh & McLellan. So, and one of the things that we are working on is particularly on the added value that we have seen from that collaboration across teams and across fields and countries. And I've seen that also with a good impact also in some clients. Then of course, there is also an upgrade in terms of the tools and the offer you are making. So we are using also digital transformation and all that relates to data and analytics also to develop some offer in that field. And I believe that this is something that we are seeing also in our clients. And some interesting work we have been doing is regarding workforce transformation. That is trying to, like Tiago was questioning, what kind of demand will we have, what kind of jobs, what kind of skills, working on that, and identifying and also with the help of artificial intelligence and all the data we have across the globe, to try to figure out what kind of talent pools will be useful. And one of the things that many studies and projects that we have seen is that in the near future, we can have an average of 1/3 of people in the companies, 1/3 outsourced and 1/3 in partnerships. So that doesn't mean it is going to work that way to all industries, but we are seeing that there will be a different segmentation in terms of jobs. There are jobs that are going to be affected like 100% that they will disappear. Other jobs will have an impact of 10 or 20% in terms of the activities they have today. So, but that kind of work and program is challenging, but is also very interesting. And finally, I would stress another one that relates to, it has also to do with something that Tiago and Marcia also talked about, relating the culture and the agility. So today, the expectation of the board is to have a more effective and lean company in terms of structure. And that puts some issues in terms of leadership, how to lead more effectively, like Tiago was saying, a broader group of people, but also in terms of how can I develop. And I think that there is also a change in the role of the manager and the people manager. being more of a coach and less of a boss. So, and that there is a term that we relate a lot with a client of ours, that is the unbossing culture. That is for you to focus, and the people manager to focus especially on coaching teams and giving them empowerment to decide and move forward. So, and this is crucial in terms of an agile culture and organization. And finally, the question of learning, continuous learning, I believe it will be a mindset that we all should have. I think the pandemic was a bit of a game changer there. I believe many people were not aware of the degree of transformation that was going on, and the requirements in terms of, you know, always be aware of what you need to upskill, reskill, and learn day after day. And I sense that today companies are more aware, and they have programs in place for people to develop their skills, to share more, and to that way be a learning organization.
Thank you, Sergio. Tiago, now would like to hear from you. Do you have any example of program strategies?
Well, yes, we are working with several clients, and of course the strategies and the challenge, besides of all of them, are leaving this pandemic. They are not facing the same situation. What we hear the most at this stage is around how we are going to manage the come back to the office, or the come back to our daily routine. How is going to be? How is going to be? And should we? Just to give you a sense of the scope of the differences that we tend to find in the market. We have clients saying that I will not define any rule or any procedure. I will just have broader guidelines that I will provide globally or even in Portugal, and decide and leave the managers with the decision how to manage and to identify who can be working from home, who deserves it, besides of the fact that today is not seen as a benefit anymore, but the companies are trying to address that. Or in the other hand, companies that are concerned with defining specific rules and procedures. So how many working types will we have in our company, from work from home until on-site, and in a more hybrid way? Who can be working from home? Do you have any specific criteria? Can I have the children with me? Can I have anyone else at home with me to have the permit to work from home? Do I have the proper space and environment to work from home? Am I delivering the same results or not? And the companies are now trying to plan and to define a strategy around this. And I think this will be a really game changer around the culture, because that will define the culture, not only the present, but the future of the company in terms of culture and mindset. And of course, that all of us right now know that this will make a huge difference on the EVP of the company, on their employer value proposition, because we know by now for facts that we will find in the marketplace some professionals saying that, well, I will not return to the office anymore, at least in the same conditions, 5 days a week. So if you want to hire me, let's think about what is going to be the strategy, because by the way, I don't want to live in the city. I want to buy a house far away. So how can the companies adjust to that? And it's not a matter of reward and of money, but it's a matter of adjust to the talent. And all of us here in the last years that there is a war for talent, but right now the companies that can understand the moment and prepare better with different programs will be more capable of attract and retain the best ones. And of course the people can make a huge difference in terms of their skills and the advantage that they can bring to the company.
So I think that sorry, Sergio, go ahead, of course.
Sorry, just not to, because I think the question that Tiago was saying is quite critical in terms of flex work and also of the EVP. There is still, and our studies also show that there is still a question regarding the flex work. That is the trust and let me put it on the table. Because there is some kind of mistrust of people managers, of people doing or not doing the work when they are remotely, but also from people. There is also a question of trust from people working remotely. That is, am I going to be at the same level of evaluation that the people that are in the office, or will I lose something from working from home? Maybe yes. So I think despite all the pandemic, it was a bit forced, and we still don't have that kind of 100% trust. And that is why maybe one of the things that we see in our global talent trend study for this year in Portugal is that one of the main issues of concern and investment also of boards and HR CHROs is mainly to understand what is the performance data that comes from flex work. So, and companies are investing on that, besides also on expanding the learning and the talent ecosystem. So those are the main questions here in Portugal for this year in terms of investment. And regarding the EVP, I think it's also quite interesting because, and I believe that when we look at the averages, they don't show all the picture, and that might be a mistake. But because you have different niches of specialization, and like Tiago was saying, the war for talent is not the same on all kind of roles and functions. So, and you also be careful about it. But what we can see is that in terms of the EVP, people want a company where there is trust, where they can have opportunities to grow, when there is a culture of empathy, like Marcia was saying in the beginning of our discussion, but also a company where things are efficient. More and more people don't want to waste time with bureaucracy. So, and all these things are quite interesting in terms of designing the EVP. And in the last year, companies were very much focused also on the well-being. So this became a very strong part of the EVP, of course, because of the pandemic. But just to finish, and still regarding the flex work, I think today the discussion is very much focused on the when, that is the schedule, 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 or whatever, and also the where. We do the work from home, in the office. There are other variables that are also interesting to analyze and to make up when we are defining flex work models. That is the what, that is what people do, because more and more the tasks are being divided. So, and the other is who is going to do the task. Is it going to be done by a person, by a machine, or wherever? And also in terms of the how is it going to be? So I would say it would be interesting also, just to finish, that the discussion around the flex model, the work model, not be only about the where and the when, but also regarding the other three.
Thank you very much, Sergio. So I think we are diving right now into the future of work area of discussion, right? Which is, of course, very, very broad and encompasses many things: flex work, talent management, employee value proposition, and so on. So maybe it's time now for us to see another short video that really introduces the theme of the future of work. So please, if you'd care to share with us, that would be great. very much. So all of our videos really set the stage for all of the discussion we're going to have next. So taking the main idea or some of the ideas that we've seen in this short video, and as well as what Tiago and Sergio were saying before, Marcia, how do you see the future of work in terms of specifically talent management, which is an area that Sergio was talking about. Tiago also touched a little bit in that area. So specifically about talent management, how do you see the future of work?
Well, Patricia, I think that, talent management is a challenge nowadays. And I think that with the globalization and all this digital transformation that we are living and all this geographic dispersion, leaders must know their teams and motivations and practice a participatory management that involves and motivates the various elements to talk together towards achievements of a common goal. So to meet market demands, they must assume a posture of continuous learning and seek constant innovation, being flexible and open to change. We believe that this is crucial to the engagement, not only with the company, but also to business. So it's crucial that leaders are opening to innovation, ongoing feedback, and seek always trying to find a way of proximity. They need to be close to their people, to their teams, and work in this constant model of sharing and communicate. So I think that's the way.
Thank you, Marcia. Tiago, following this idea, Marcia was talking about the importance of leaders and the importance of being together. And Sergio was also, he put on the table the idea of trust, or the lack of trust when people are working remotely. In your perspective, from a leader's point of view, are our leaders prepared to combine, on the one hand, or to deal with, on the one hand, their eventual lack of trust when people are at home, together with this need to empower people to work from home and work remotely? Are we ready?
Yes, it's a huge challenge because we need to understand what is the type of work that is being done. For instance, if you are talking about professional services, it's extremely easy to understand what people is doing, because it's not a matter of when the work is being done or completed, because we have a deadline and we know that the work should appear by the end of the day. So it's not relevant if the person is starting to work at 9 and 10 or at 11. So it's completely different. But if you go into other industries and with other cultures, we are now facing a reality that the leaders didn't experience before. They were used to be near the people, to see what the team was doing, to be there, to support them. And they strongly believe, because it was what they lived before, that the boss is required, and like Sergio mentioned, the shift between a boss and a coach is required to make the machine work. So and some as a matter of fact, some companies report that sense of lack of trust. And of course, all of us know histories, that's good and bad examples. I don't want just to give a dark perspective. People scheduling meetings with no subject just to appear on teams that they were occupied. Well, we all know that type of histories, but we need to be able to trust in our workforce. And of course, when it comes to virtual leadership, we need to work around what we call the 4 C's, which is around the clarity. So the leader should bring clarity to highlight what needs to be done, when is needed, and to spread the message of trust and transparency, because that is critical. Another issue is the connection. So I need to be close, even in a physical point of view. I'm far away, I need to be close to my team. I need to pick up the phone, I need to speak with them, not only about work, but about their personal lives, what they are feeling, what is the levels of anxiety, what are the critical concerns. And one thing that this new reality brought us is that, and based on our experience, most of the times we schedule meetings to speak with others. So we always have a subject in our mind. And when we are in the office, we often develop conversations around the topic that is not properly related to what we are doing or with the work that we are performing. The other two C's is around commitment. So it's critical to have everyone on board and to have everyone in the same page when it comes to adopt a new way of work. And the other is compassion. So we need to understand that compassion is important, because the levels of fear, of anxiety that was reported due to this pandemic were huge, and people was not able to unplug and sometimes work more hours than ever before. And that sense of that we should always be available. So I think that's in the same way that we were taught and trained to know how to interact in our daily and social lives, we need to know how to interact in the virtual world. So it's not the same. How is the protocol to have a Zoom meeting? Should I turn on the camera or not? That shows a clear cultural element. Should I be in the meeting and speaking on the phone with others? Is that correct? Is that okay? So what is the protocol around these human interactions in this channel? So of course that the companies are struggling about what good virtual leaders will look like. And not only to address the teams that are working remotely, but because of this VUCA world where we lived, with is all the ambiguity and uncertainty around what the future will bring, will require leaders to be much more agile. And of course, on the other hand, we talked about in the past about automation, jobs that will disappear. I don't want to share that dark message. Of course, many jobs will disappear, but of course, many jobs that we don't know or doesn't exist yet will appear. With more skills and with more level of qualifications. But sometimes it's interesting to put into perspective that this situation with the pandemic and with the layoff, some organizations have a pilot test where they can actually see that probably they don't have the best size and structure. So sometimes the company become more agile with less people. And that it's a huge reflection that all of us should bring to the discussion on who and when and how can we think about our workforce in terms of strategic workforce planning.
So thank you, Chad. We are talking about the leadership and the role of the leaders. Sergio, do you feel that from the part of the leaders, is there any type of resistance towards accepting a future of work where remote will be either the unique modality or the main modality? Because we were talking about the employee value proposition of remote work for employees. Does it have the same value for leaders / managers, or in your perspective, do they see it differently?
Well, I believe leaders are people also, so they have they also have families, and they, I think that there is a bit of all the scenarios. There are leaders that have embraced completely remote working, others are still struggling. So, and I know it's people want to know what they should be doing. But again, I think that there is not one size fits all. So you have to think a bit about what your people want, what is important for them, what your industry requires, what your customers require, and looking from that perspective, define what's the best for all the stakeholders. There is one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, and we haven't talked about yet. There is the sense of purpose, and also the question of stakeholder capitalism that is gaining ground, and might have a role also here in terms of HR management and talent management. And I believe that more and more the boards, and I agree with my colleagues when they say that HR should play a role as an advisor and sit at the board. I believe that the last year helped many people from HR to gain that space. So now they have to maintain that space and to deliver value. But I think that is one good thing. But I think that newer generations also, that is something that we haven't spoke about also, demand more and more of this stakeholder capitalism. That is that organizations should look to the employees, to the customers, to the society as a whole, and try to see what is the best solution for everyone. But given this and asking and answering to your question, we are talking about leadership and talent management. I believe there is one of the things that the video showed in a while was that 45% of the leaders think that their workers cannot adapt, while 78% of employees think they are ready to adapt. And that says also a bit about the perspective. So I don't know who is right, but maybe somewhere in between. But what I know, and I agree with Tiago, many jobs will be lost and others will appear. But the question is the velocity that things are happening. So, and we as humans, we have our limitations. So in order to learn something and to gain new skills, we need time. So we're not a computer where you download a file and that's it. And now you can adapt and do a different role. And I believe that we should all be aware of that and work with our teams in terms of talent management, not only to identify what are the competencies and skills they need to develop, but also to support them on that development. I've been struggling for some time with everybody I talk to. Don't wait for your company to develop you. So work for yourself and try to find your work. You are the owner of yourself in terms of development. And I believe that is important. One of the things that I would like also to add in terms of talent management is that the frameworks and the models in terms of talent management are also changing. Due also to the changes in terms of the culture and being more agile, more empowered. I believe there is a growing concern and focus also on giving priority to collaboration. So giving more importance in terms of the team goals and achievement of team goals. Also a culture more of feedback, not doing the performance management per se, but focusing more, and there are some companies that are dropping performance evaluations and focusing especially on feedback sessions and conversations that actually make people grow. And regarding, there is a data that I think it's relevant. In terms of the need of upskilling and reskilling, where things are working faster in terms of this adaptation is where people and the organization is more transparent about the level of change and what is happening and what people need to do to adapt. So, and this make a huge difference. And there are also, in terms of learning, there are also some companies and some clients that are still are starting to reward their people in terms of the skills, not only the performance, but the learning they get on a yearly basis. So I believe there are also some trends that we should be, there are interesting trends that might help us in this movement of talent management.
Thank you very much. So when we talk about leaders and we talk about people, necessarily we need to talk, and Sergio, you mentioned this right now, about teams, because we have leaders who lead people, and then we have, of course, leaders who lead teams. And for teams particularly, there could be specific challenges that these new ways of working can bring to the table. So in your perspective, for example, Marcia, how do you see the future of work in terms of what are the main challenges for teams when we talk about these different modalities of work, whether it's hybrid, whether it's completely remote?
Patricia, I think that that question highlights several topics that we are talking here. I think that the main problem is to find a model that will fit for each one of us. I was hearing Sergio and Tiago, and I was thinking about myself. I think that today it's real very trendy people to say that yes, for me remote work is perfect. I'm I'm the one that think that for me, if I could choose, I will prefer to be in my company, next to my teams, next to my my employees, because for me managing my team it's for managing my team is very important to be near my team, and this thing I think that it's most important when you have teams that are new and they need to be to have some coach. I think that's yes. In the present days, we have to talk about coaches or leaders that are coaches and not bosses. So I think that it's very important for me to be near my teams, to will see what are the difficulties, what are the challenges, be close and in order to go along and feel what they really need. Okay, so I'm one of the I don't know, maybe one of the persons that believe that if I could change, and I believe that whatever the model that the different companies will choose. And I believe that some of them will leave this decision to the managers. If Carla will ask me, Marcia, what do you want to take as a model? I will, if I could, I will choose to be close and to be present, without a doubt.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. Marcia is representing a group of people who actually does think exactly the same thing. You're not alone. There's a lot of people, of course, who think like this. In your perspective, this kind of longingness for the old times, for being present, for being there, is it more related to the human part, to the relationship parts of the process, or does it also have a task-related aspect? So in your perspective, do you believe that leading remotely impacts on the one hand, and from what I understood in your case, it impacts the relationship and how close you feel, how connected you feel to people. Does it also, in your perspective, impacts the result, the outcome, the performance of teams? Maybe we can continue with Marcia and then move on.
I think that it's a little bit of both, Patricia. I think that for me, it's important. I am a person people, so for me it's very important to be near. But I think that for me, I have this difficult, maybe because I was in when this pandemic starts in Portugal. I was pregnant, so I was in my living practicing for 1 year, and when I came back to this new reality, for me, it's I'm just struggling to find what is the model that worked for me. And I think that for that reason, I'm still stuck in the past, and I am a little reluctant to looking forward and adapt this new way of connecting and being with the team. So I think that maybe
interesting, because when this all started, a lot of people, their first reaction was, we are never going back. the remote work is here, it's going to be like this forever. No one would want to go back to the office. And people are way more satisfied. There were a lot of studies at the time about the satisfaction of people from being at home. Right now we hear, of course, that is still there in some companies. And I think it was Tiago who we were talking the other day about companies who asked their employees to go back, and they said, no, we're not coming back, right? So that's there. But we also have another group of people who say, well, this was okay, but I'm so ready to go back. So in your perspective, Tiago, are we going back? Are we staying here? Will we have a hybrid model? What's your opinion?
I think the both scenarios will happen. Of course, this will reveal again the culture of the company. Some companies will force people to come back and will have to pay the price for that. We all seen in the news, I think it was last week, when the Apple CEO wrote a letter saying their employees to come back. What was the reaction? It was all over the place. They all stick together saying that I will not come back, at least in the same way, in the same format. So this really depends. Even here in Corn Ferry, we have colleagues that that want and need to go to the office 1 or 2 or 3 days a week or the entire week, because they feel that they have the more appropriate working conditions. So in order to perform well, we need to have a proper workspace. We need to have proper conditions. We need to be able to be focused. And of course, we as humans are completely different from each other. And one thing that is important in this equation is the level of efficiency when we are talking about the reward scheme when it comes to work from home. Do I earn more or less working from home? By the end of the month, my net income increases or decreases? And what is the weight of that in all the equation? So we have several issues around the companies need to pay for an extra compensation around gas, around electricity, and this is also something around the legislation that is still to come. In other countries in Europe, that is crystal clear, and in now the entire community around the Euro space is discussing what is going to be the new book around the labor relations and what is the implications. So it's a complex issue because each person is singular, so we cannot have the same answer. But of course, when it comes to things around connection, personal connection, empathy, around creativity, of course, probably even when the teams are working from home, they need to schedule meetings in person, face-to-face, to have specific encounters to discuss specific issues. And that's curious because this pandemic also brought lots of opportunities. There are these days companies developing softwares that allow the companies to schedule face-to-face meetings and to see if the office is available, who is going to attend to the meeting, and the people can book their time in using that software. Because one of the opportunities is it was around the real estate. So we see lots of companies moving to smaller offices because they will not need anymore that huge space, which is, by the way, very expensive in the market, and try to balance the economical efficiency, what people tend to appreciate more, and what works better for my business model is a complex equation. And that's why we are partnering a lot with several companies to promote the discussion around that.
Sergio, would you like to add something to this topic?
Yeah, you covered a lot of issues, so let me just, in terms of remote or in presence, the feeling I have is that there are different perspectives, not only among our company, but in clients also. So, because in terms of results, overall, I believe that everything is aligned, everyone is aligned. So the results were not impacted in terms of the remote work. But there are other issues in terms, like you said, in terms of emotional. And I believe that what people are saying now in terms of if they want to return or not, this is not the normal. This will not be the normal because people are exhausted, people are tired of this last year in terms of they are emotionally tired. There are statistics like the one that as like a month ago, that 60% of people wanted to change jobs because, so, you know, it's not a normal context, and I think we have to take that also into account. But I believe there will be several mixes of hybrid systems or models, depending, like you were saying, in terms of the culture. Because I know, for instance, I know companies that where collaboration, engagement, innovation, and their culture was improved because of the pandemic. So, and it worked well. So it has improved. But in other companies, it was the opposite. So, and actually, the culture broke. The collaboration is not the same. You know, the engagement is not the same. So we have very different effects of the pandemic and all this last year. And it doesn't relate to an industry or a specific company or whatever. It's very different from one to another. But in terms of productivity, I would say that overall it has its results. I believe, like Tiago was saying, and also Marcia, there is, you know, like Apple. Apple has made an investment of billions in their office. So now they are going to just to lease half of the office. So what are they going to do with it? So so I believe that from both people, employees and managers, there are a mix of feelings. And you know, it's not easy yet to see how it is going. And I think we'll need another half year or 1 year to understand what is the trend and what companies are doing. But what I believe is that people will try to do some pilots, understand what will work and not work during this next year. And probably by the end of the year, they'll try to implement 1 or 2 or 3 different models within their company. One of the things that we haven't spoke about, and I think the pandemic was interesting in terms of the, unfortunately, but in terms of people management, had to do with the generations. Because I remember that there were the baby boomers and millennials, and all the work that was done, even regarding employee value proposition, was done regarding generations. And I think the pandemic broke a bit of that. So more than the generations, I believe that the people were divided by the ones that had kids at home, the ones that didn't have. So there are different layers here, also in terms of what Tiago and Marcia was also talking about, in terms of the rewards and the net income and the perks you have or don't have working remotely, based not only on your generation, but also on the, I would say, on your life cycle, where you are. Are you single? Are you married with kids? Near to retirement? What are your motivations? Or so, and I think that's also another layer that is going to complexify a bit the talent management and the leadership of people.
Thank you, Sergio. Actually, we had a few, I was saving some questions from the audience to the end, but there's one that really links to what you were saying now, Sergio. So maybe I will address that question right now before the official moment for questions, which someone was asking whether the feedback about work-family balance was different according to different types of workers, namely younger versus older, and then single versus married, of course, with kids, as you were now addressing, or without kids. And this links what I think was the idea that you were trying also to convey, which is the way we were working during the pandemic had its own specificities. So we had the kids at home for the ones who had kids. We were afraid of the pandemic. There was a lot of stress. Hopefully, when all of this is over, the modalities of remote work, of hybrid work will not be the same. So we will not have, hopefully, the kids at home. We will not be taking care of older people. We will not be scared of a pandemic. But during this period, the question was, and I'm going to open the question to all of you, whether the feedback about the work-family balance practices or situation, did it change according to the characteristics of the employees?
Well,
Yeah, you want to go? Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make one or two comments and then pass to my colleagues. To work at home with kids is not work from home. So that is not the concept. So what we experienced was something to manage a crisis. So in a regular situation, to work from home is to have a proper space, to have the conditions, to have all that we need to develop our own work and to deliver what is expected from us. This is one assumption, because that sometimes I hear lots of people commenting and building scenarios around working from home with kids or working from home with my grandmother. That is not working from home. That is a different thing. So, but of course there are differences when it comes to different generations, and like Sergio was mentioning, where your personal life cycle. For instance, people that you lived alone struggle with loneliness much more because they don't have time to interact with others, and sometimes the workplace is a way to blend and to develop connection with others and to activate the social part of ourselves. And of course, for those of us that have kids, the scenario was completely different. So we for sure we were not alone, for sure. But for the other hand, we will not have the quality time to be focused 100% for a huge period of time, and that leads us to work outside our normal or regular working hours because we don't have the quality times, or to take shifts between husband and wife or husband and husbands, well, when different modalities of family. So that is a different reality, and of course we cannot look into this real but social experiment and take conclusions on how it's going to be, because it's completely different.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think, and of course, having kids is just, or being single or living alone, it's just one part of, or one issue. For instance, I know people that had 3 or 4 kids and were great because they are their parents taking care, or they were living in the country, so the kids were outside. You know, it depends on all sorts of variables. So it's very difficult to say that the feedback was pretty much the same. But I would say that for people living in a normal apartment in Lisbon, it was tough, either with kids or alone. That's what I know, and that I think was shared by most of people. But you know, it depends a lot. You have people that were retained outside of the country that they could not come back. So there were a lot of situations, but like Tiago was saying, it was very specific, and I think we should be careful about taking conclusions and jumping into conclusions based on that experience and not on the new normal, whatever that is.
So bringing the discussion back to that future new normal, pandemic aside, what would you say, and I guess this would be the last question to close the roundtable, what do you think would be the critical factors for being successful in this digital transformation change that companies are undergoing? Marcia, do you want to be the first one?
Yes, Patricia, I think that it's not one thing. It's many of the things that we talked in this discussion. But there's one thing that I think that we were talking about, how many of our jobs will be managed by AI and computers. And I think that there's one thing that we have to take in this discussion, that is the new technologies that was brought by AI, and how this pandemic reinforced this trend. So I think that people are here struggling, and I fear that AI will occupy their jobs and things like that. But I think that the way is to live and know how we can collaborate with AI rather than compete with it. I think that it's the future. We'll have to collaborate, not competing, but obviously maintaining the ethics and always thinking in innovation. Okay, so I think that AI it's one critical issue that we have to be in mind when we talk about digital transformations and how this affects our model of work and our model to manage our teams.
Thank you. By the way, do we know how AI is going to influence the way we work and the way our teams work? Do we already know, is it completely unknown in your perspective, for either of you? Marcia, maybe you were.
I think that only the future will tell, Patricia. I think that it's there are a huge possibilities, and I think that we are still trying to understand how and how this AI era will impact on our lives, not only our professional ones, but also our personal ones. So I think that only the future can tell us.
Do you see us a few years from now in a situation similar to the one that we saw on the 2001 Space Odyssey movie, where suddenly we realize that we cannot control it anymore? Or do you have a completely more serene perspective of, no, we can manage, this is something that of course we'll need to learn how to deal with, however we are still on top of the game?
Well, I think that that's a really critical issue. I think that we have to be very careful because yes, if we don't control this new way of living, that it's an AI, it can be a high risk for us. So I think that precision is the key to ensure that regulations are not a barrier to innovation or progress, but we have to be conscious with this evolution of AI. Yes.
Sergio, how do you see it as well, the AI?
So let me just recap here one or two things, because you were talking about the future and what can we do to prepare ourselves. Like I said before, I think that the key for us all is to be open and be flexible to learn new things and understand where you can make a difference and be competitive. So for instance, in terms of the main competencies for the future, most studies show that besides technology, related to technology and digital, the ones that relate more to human, that is empathy, interpersonal relationship, communication skills, negotiation, etc., will be key, alongside with the analytical skills and also learning. Okay. So one thing that was interesting in terms of the pandemic, there were two new competencies that appeared as critical. That was self-management and prioritization, because people were working by themselves. So the question of self-management was more important, and also collaboration skills. But I would say these ones are critical. So, and it's different now answering to your question of AI. It's one of the subjects I love the most, and I study a lot about it. And I remember like 8 years ago, I saw a cover of the Wired magazine that said that programmers and developers were going to be the next big thing in terms of, would replace the people in the manufacturers. So a lot of people will be working on programming and developing. And 4 years ago, that is 4 years after that cover, I saw another cover from the Wired magazine saying, forget it, because AI is going to program by itself and develop everything by itself. So I think it's a bit of futurology to do it. I know that there are many people are worried about the ethical part and the danger of AI. I want to be positive about the human nature, and it's one of those things. I love sci-fi, and I also remember Terminator. So it's pretty much, it's a bit different, more action, less than the one that we were talking about. But the question and the challenge with AI is, if we mess up 1 or 2 times, big, it's enough. So I believe that's the main issue. So, but it seems that we are still, the good news is that we still have the joystick in our hand, so we can still decide if it's going to be dangerous or not. And that's a good thing. So we still can decide. But I think that is something that we have all to look for in the future, to see what's happening, and in what depends on us also to make sure that that doesn't happen. But I know that in terms of artificial intelligence, it's not that intelligent yet, because mostly the biases that AI shows, like in recruiting, it replicates the same bias that people do. Because actually what AI does actually is replicate what we do, but at a much faster pace. So it's not still that intelligent, I would say. I think, and I recall 2 years ago or 3 years ago, people were saying, but if you work on creative business or knowledge business or whatever, you're safe from AI. But when you see AI painting and doing some scripts for movies and doing movies and trailers and whatever it relates to creativity, you say, okay, so things are always changing. So I really don't know. But just to pay attention to the news and adapt.
Tiago, any final remarks about this? What are the key aspects for succeeding in this process, and also some comment on the AI situation?
Yeah, of course, the issues around AI, there are huge. Some ethical questions raised around what is the correct approach, how to use it, when and why. But the thing that we know right now for sure is that data is the new oil, and the value of data is huge. So the companies are struggling and making all the bets on having the best data, so they can predict what is going to happen, how the consumers are going to behave, what the consumers want to see, when, what they want to buy, and sometimes promote things that, based on the certain pattern, the consumers will buy, even if that's not the first option, because we are being induced in certain behaviors. So of course there is lots of ethical questions around the importance of AI and all the data, but we need to be positive about the place that the humans will have in the future. So there are things that cannot be replicated. We need to make sure that we are the ones that's still in charge and leading the machines, and not the other way around.
Patricia, I don't know, Tiago, you finished? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just add one thing that related to AI and HR that I believe it's important, because there are quite many interesting cases of AI used in HR. For instance, AI that relates information regarding employees and managers to facilitate feedback conversations, or to give some what is called nudges, in terms of those feedback sessions, or in terms of what might be the career opportunities or tracks in terms of the employee, what he can do to develop its career. So in terms of well-being also, there are also some companies that are investing in that to advise their employees relating to their well-being. So they are quite interesting. We always tend to remember those sci-fi movies, but there are lots of things, especially in healthcare and other areas, where AI is, for instance, even in terms of the vaccine, the technology that was used, mRNA, was had a bit of AI behind it, so to be developed. So I would say that even in terms of the vaccine for COVID, we have to think a bit of AI for that.
Thank you for the positive notes in ending this discussion. We've started the roundtable with a short video highlighting the importance of people. And I think we are finishing also with highlighting the importance of people in managing AI and in actually programming it to do whatever we want it to do. And before moving on to some questions from the audience, we have a third and final video. So we had one in the beginning, one in the middle, and now we'll finish with another one that, in a way, presents an overview of all of the topics that we've mentioned. So, Marcia, please, if you would like to share, I would appreciate it. Thank you, Marcia, for finishing the session with another short video that really touches a lot of key points that we've discussed. We now will have a few short minutes for just a few questions from the audience. I already talked about one, which was about the differences in age or in life stage, about work-family balance. Another question that we have is whether the small and medium enterprises accompany all the challenges that we did talk about, or whether our discussion was about large companies only. So anyone would like to answer this one first? Tiago.
Well, I can start to have some thoughts around that. The reality is the same for all of them. They are facing the same context. Of course, the better prepared companies will deal with the challenges more easily. Of course, the companies are not all at the same level when it comes to resources, when it comes to the level of sophistication or the level of maturity of their own professionals and the systems and the procedures. Of course, they are not all at the same level, but the challenges are pretty much democratic for all of them. Of course, that the ability to address those challenges will be critical. And we see lots of good examples on how to be a small company could be an advantage. So it's like driving a boat. If you drive a small boat, it's much more easy to take a turn and to turn it around. So to have a small business might be an advantage at some point to rethink the business model. But all of the companies will living under the same context, of course.
Yeah, I agree with Tiago. I think that the challenges are pretty much the same. Of course, besides what Tiago was saying, I believe that in terms of HR digital transformation, the big issue is where should I put my investment? Because for a big company, it might be easier to make that decision because you benefit from the investment because you're a big company, even if a small company is doing the same kind of investment. Sometimes in the technology is pretty much the same price, but for a lot less people. So I would say one of the main challenges is to address between the cost and the benefit we get from this kind of systems and tools, what is best for us. But I've seen many good systems, HR systems, for instance, from startups that are a lot more agile and simplified than big companies have. So, and that might be an advantage. Even in terms of EVP, like I said, people tend to value more and more efficient processes and that take a lot less time. So, and if you have an agile process in terms of HR, an agile system, that will be helpful.
Marcia, do you also agree that larger structures might be more complex and therefore more difficult to manage whenever there's a challenge?
Yes, I think that, yes, I agree with Sergio and Tiago. I think that the challenges are the same. Of course, that one thing that has been talked about is the fact that smaller companies probably do not have the necessary infrastructure to this transformation. But I think that this gap is closing from one day to another. I think that yet maybe, as Tiago said, small companies are better prepared because the costs are not so high when compared to large companies. So I think that in terms of challenge, it's quite the same on different levels from large companies or small companies. But I think that there's a way that there's a path that small companies maybe will drive the better way. As Tiago said, it's more easy to turn a small boat at a large boat. So I think that's the way. Yes.
Can I just make another thing that I was recalling relates to even in terms of branding and attracting talent to your company. Before, it was easy to say that a big company has the brand and everything that relates to it. So, but what we are seeing today is more and more people looking for startups. For instance, many young talents are looking, or even less young, looking for startups, and so actually it depends on what are your advantages, and not trying to replicate the big ones, but we can see what are your resources and your advantages, and define the best strategy in terms of HR for it.
Thank you, Sergio. I had here a few other questions. However, we need to finish the session so that everybody who's in the conference has some time for a break before the next session, which starts at 4:30. So let me finish by again thanking all of you, Tiago, Sergio, Marcio, for your presence, for sharing with us your thoughts. I'm sure everybody who listened still has a lot of questions, which is good. It's always good when we leave one place with more questions than we had before. It's well, it made us think. So again, thank you very much. Again, thank you to Aristide and to the organizing committee for inviting me and for preparing the conference altogether. And from my part, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you very much.
The pleasure was all mine. Yes, thank you.
Everybody. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, all the speakers. So please stay tuned. We will have a break, a small break, and at 4:30, we will return with table number 3 with the future of digital era, helping companies growing, with my colleague Nelson Ramalho, who will be the moderator, Anabela Silva from EY, Ana Maria Lebre from BCG, Nuno Simões from PwC, and Andrea Martins from Deloitte. So stay tuned. At 4:30, we'll be together again. So thank you once again. See you.
Thank you, Aristide.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
again. Good afternoon. So we're going to start our last panel with the title Future of Digital Era, Helping Companies Growing. I will have here my colleague Nelson Ramalho from Iscte, who is going to be the moderator. So Nelson, you can start. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, so good evening. It's a pleasure to be here, to welcome you. We'll be counting then with I think this will be a very exceptional roundtable. Okay, I think we all have great expectations as to this discussion, because we have very qualified speakers here. We have Ana Maria Lebre, which is people manager at BCG. So Ana Maria, yeah, there you are.
Hello.
Nice to see you. We have Anabela Silva, which is partner at People Advisory Service at UI.
Hi,
okay,
good afternoon.
Welcome. Andrea Martins, senior manager at Deloitte. Yes, welcome. And Nuno Simões, Human Capital Director at PwC, Portugal, Cape Verde, and Angola. So welcome you all.
Hello.
Okay,
Thank you.
We haven't had the opportunity to arrange how this is going to flow, but I think that we all are used to this, and we'll be very much, it's flowing, that's it. So we are going to be talking about the issues that are going to emerge. They are going to emerge, first of all, because we do have some questions that are key, and then because there are many other issues that are going to come up. So I will start by asking a general question, which is, what do you think? And this will be very, it's not redundant, but I think it will just confirm many expectations. So what are the digital transformation trends that you believe are happening in the HR domain? And which areas of human resources management will be mostly affected by this digital transformation? And now we don't have a specific order, so be my guest. Do you want to start speaking?
I can go first.
Thank you.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference. I think it's a very important and updated topic. I think worth the discussion. And I would say, thinking what are the, I would say, two main trends in HR with the digital transformation, that the employee journey has become turned into a digitally enabled, that it optimizes the employee experience throughout their life cycle, instead of just different set of events during their stay in a company. It is an experience from onboarding to their skilling, to upskilling, to their career transition moment, and which is increasingly more important for employees to have that sense of an experience. And the other one, I would say, the power of HR and people analytics. We are able now to help make business planning and business decisions with much richer and deeper data. And I think digital transformation has clearly enabled that. To me, these are like the two big trends.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I can complement what Ana Maria said. So I would like to thank you for this invitation. It was a pleasure to return to this house that was once mine as well, as I did my degree in human resources management here between 2003 and 2007. So when you ask about what are the digital transformation trends in HR area, so I agree with Ana Maria. So the human experience management, I think, will play a key role in all these digital transformations. So we need to think not in deliver technology to support the human capital management processes, but in a different perspective, to focus in the moments that matter for employees and delivering process experience to serve employees first, as a result serve the business better. Another thing that I think that is changing nowadays, and I think COVID-19 accelerate this, was around recruiting and onboarding processes that currently I think all the companies are working in this totally digital. So there is no conditions to, the majority of the companies don't have conditions to run this process in person. So since the post of the vacant positions, through all interactions, present the company until the offer for the new future employee, and all the communications that is need to change until the hiring process for employee is nowadays completely digital. For recruiting, onboarding, and also for learning. So I think for learning in this current context, all the companies are facing a challenge to digitalize and to all the learning process, the planification and the delivery has this due to COVID, it was very difficult to keep the way of delivery learning as a traditional way. So all this will lead to bring intelligent technologies, such artificial intelligence or machine learning, virtual assistants, chatbots, the analytics too, of course, and all these new technologies, I think, will be enabler to build and to innovate around this process. So focus on employee experience, and if I look into a specific process, I can identify recruiting, onboarding, and learning.
Okay, I can proceed. I don't know. First of all, I want to thank to Iscte the invitation for this session. I agree with Anna and Andrea. Of course, this pandemic situation, in my perspective, we had a boost in this area. But I can give you some examples of what we do right now. That what we are doing right now at PwC. Just to give you an example of these areas like analytics and machine learning, robotic process optimization, and things like that. Right now, we have passed all the process, all the human resources process to virtual. Of course, it's not in our perspective, is not the ideal situation. It's like a process that we are changing, and we think in the future we have some hybrid systems in the middle. But right now, I can give you an example that is our learning system. We call it Vantage, and we have something like a mix between Spotify and Netflix with articles, their learnings, and videos, and it works like with highlights and with playlists, and it learns with our choices. Okay, so this is a great example of what we are doing. And what is possible to do in the human resources area with optimization and technology. I can give you another example. In our recruitment process, we are using augmented reality in the business cases and in some exercise to have, like Anna said, to give a better experience to the users, and I think that is the future for this area in the human resources. We have to provide all the employees and to all the candidates the best experience possible in order to pass the message that we are waiting for them, or to give them the best work conditions possible.
Well, I can just add from an EY perspective. I think we are more or less aligned with what I heard here. But what we also see is the many use of virtual agents, of chatbots, of RPA. I think HR will be really transformed also through RPA. It was already, but with the pandemic, we have seen a much more interest in those type of digital tools. And the reason why is that HR also needs to become less transactional and more transformational. So we need HR to be strategic, and the pandemic has shown that, because pandemic has raised a lot of difficult issues, namely for the leadership, and HR has become a partner. If we are doing our job well, we are a partner of the business. The business taking these decisions, these more strategic decisions. And talent is going to be a key aspect for companies in the future, because the fight and the war for talent is getting tougher and tougher. We are going to see, we had the international scene, a retention bubble that due to the pandemic, because many people didn't want to move within the pandemic, but after the pandemic and with vaccination and the opening of the businesses, what we will see is a boost in moves, and we need, in fact, HR to be prepared to be more strategic and transformational and less transactional. So I think those are the transformation trends that we will see. We will see a lot of hybrid models of work. We have companies that already decided to move fully remote. What I see, and the majority of even our clients, or the discussions that we are having, is more of arts in working remotely. I don't think that we will use, well, or we will be back to the 100% presential model we had in the past, but at least some kind of hybrid model, that will be the case.
Okay, so basically, from what I've heard, we are basically going to be more focused on the experience with the digital, right? So focus on what is the consequence of that, very much based on HR analytics, right? In every single moment. Concerned with the changes it's going to impact on recruiting, onboarding, and learning, correct? And all of this is already happening. And having to ascertain our key role as strategic partners, and not so much at the transactional level, right? Because all of that became really clear with the pandemics. I guess we know that, but it's also true that this is a claim that has been made for more than 20 years, right? So it has gained some room, but now I think it came to its maturity, right? And now it's the time to actually foresee this. So judging from the COVID, and because you are talking about, it won't go back, of course, because nothing goes back usually, but probably it doesn't go so forward. So the question being, and I don't know what is your personal experience, and judging from the personal, individual anecdotes, people tend to state that something was lost in translation, right? So something was lost while translating from the physical to the digital. And that's something. It's something that might relate with the keyword, probably one of the keywords, which is the word psychological sustainability. Is this psychological sustainable from the point of view of the needs of people to be able? I would say that the hybrid is very much the solution. But when we look to the situation, for example, if you look to not just consultancy, but any domain that can be digitalized, do you think that people would prefer to be less efficient and still fulfill some motivational needs that they are not able to fulfill while we are sitting like this? What is your call on that?
I would say it's clearly been a challenge for, I think, every single company, every single business to adapt to this, but it was very sudden. We didn't see it coming. So of course, there is this psychological impact that we weren't prepared for it. What I think will happen in the future is we've been through this. We can prepare for the future, and we will be able to find models, business models, new ways of working that will make us find a balance between the efficiency and productivity and employee satisfaction and productivity towards the clients that will make, we will adjust to different needs. We will have, I'm sure, employees that will want a much more physical and traditional model, and we will have some that will be fully, I'm willing to go fully remote and live happily with that. So we will have to find a balance between that. It's a challenge, but I think it's possible. I think it's possible. And what HR will have to do is follow up and keep a close contact with employees to see what each is working. And that's, to me, lesson number one from this whole situation was, anytime that we will have any situation similar or that any change like this, it will be investment in since day one, and with full force on mental health support and employee assistance programs. And it will be from day one, because it did impact people. But going forward, we learned a lot. We learned a lot, and I think we will be able to find the right models for our employees.
I think this will be a challenge. So if I look at my experience, so I work from the side of the business. So my function is to deliver to the clients an impact considering technology and processes. So I lead implementation, design and implementations of applications and solutions to support human capital processes. And if I look at my team, so I think it's more easy for the more senior levels, but we do have a critical challenge that is for the new joiners and the people that come from university. So it's very important to bring and to create a belong sentiment, so to a group, to a culture, to a vision. And if we look in a module where all the people will work in a remotely basis, I think this will be a challenge, and it will be very hard to guarantee that the people is learning, so the people will really understand what they are doing and the value that is supposed to deliver to the clients. So I think it's very hard to abandon the local work and the in-person work. Maybe an hybrid module will be more effective, because so I don't know what is the correct answer now. I'm facing this now with my teams. So we will, we are approaching a moment where new joiners will come to Deloitte in September 1st. So this is a model that is under internal discussions. And I think we'll need to build an hybrid module. So with buddies assignment. So I think we will need to go in terms of communication from monitoring to trust. So we are moving to a more flexible way of work. And so I think this trend or this reality reflects the growing of flexibility in, well, in locations, in work schedules, and the workforce currently, this is another point. The workforce moves away from the 9 to 5 routine. So, and it looks to further the redesign of the workday around the responsibilities that we assign to each employee. So for these new modules, I think the leadership skills needs to change, and learning when to trust will be crucial.
Mm-hmm.
So we need faster decisions, and obviously ensure that our workforce well-being and belonging and engagement is working. We all miss social interaction, the group meetings. So I think we lost some creativity when we do these discussions, and we have like the brainstormings and free-flowing information exchange. It's completely different, and it's a challenge. And sincerely, I don't know what is the correct answer to to this challenge.
I agree with Andrea, because I don't think that we have a correct answer to the question. I can say that we have something that people want, something in the middle. People want flexibility. They want to have the possibility to choose if they stay at work work in the office, or to stay work at home. Of course, we have to, as a company, we have to manage this kind of different perspectives, and try to achieve something aligned with what we need and what we can give to employees. But Andrea talk about a situation that for a company like Deloitte or PwC, it's very important, because we recruit each year almost 200 persons, new joiners. And of course, the new generations like to be at home and to work at home. But when we start to see the impact in the future of these new generations in the firm, we start to see that we lost some aspects that we considered very important when someone starts in a company, because of course we have the learning, and we have the training processes in a virtual way, but we don't have the informal learning. And I think the informal learning is something that is very important, because it's different when I have my colleagues in the same space, and I listen to the responses. I see the reactions to the questions, and this is very important to the culture, to have to abound with the companies, and of course to start living the values of the companies. And right now we know that it's very important to have alignment between the values of the companies, the purpose of the companies, and it's harder to have this bound when we, as we had some examples at PwC, when people enter last September, and then they don't went to the office one time. So it's very difficult to have this mix. I think I really believe that in the future we have to arrange something that can give people flexibility. I have no doubt of that, because we can go back to the past. However, we have to find a way to bring people to the office, not to work and but as Andrea said, to create more relationship between people, and to have more creativity, because it's very important to have some discussions in a room, trying to have some side conversations, even in a social aspect. So I think it's going to be a challenge the next for the human capital and the human resources area, and even for the business, because in the business is going to have some changes, probably in the workforce that is going to have some impact in the end.
Well, I don't have much to add to what everybody said, but I fully agree that we need the future is going to be more flexible than it was until now, and I think that what we are seeing now is probably that the way forward will be kind of hybrid. We don't know yet the answer, but it seems to us this way, at least from what we know now. And the reason is exactly because we need connections, and clearly the going to the office is going to be with a purpose. We will not go back, and I mean, there will be companies that want people to go back, and we saw already in the news some banks wanting their employees to return because they said that it is in their office that they do businesses. We are not going probably to see that in the majority of companies, because we now see that we can work remotely actually. So it's a matter of creating the connections between our people, also aligning the culture, because it's very important in some cases for people to connect, to informally pass on the culture, the values of the company, and also well, for the learning, especially in the new joiners, as we were mentioning, it's important. We see that these people don't probably they miss part of the learning which was on the job, and they don't have it because they are at home, and sometimes they don't want to interrupt their colleagues and ask questions, and it's very important for their growth that they interact with these people. So what we see is that probably it's going to be hybrid, flexible, of course, and probably this is the way forward. But it's all very new, and I think that companies are also adjusting and asking employees. For example, we are doing surveys. We are helping our clients to do surveys to ask their employees what is their preferences in terms of working remotely, working in the office, something in the middle. So I think it's very important for a company to listen to their employees, because if we want employees who are engaged, if we want to count them in the future, we need to bring them on board. And that means that we need to ask them and we need to listen. Of course, that in some cases then we can interpret and we have to make decisions, which is basically the part of the leadership. But it's important also for the leaders to consider what their employees are feeling and what they are telling us. And in many cases, they are telling us that they want flexibility and they value these in part working remotely, especially those employees who live far away from the office, those ones who lose a lot of time in the traveling, in the commuting. And those are the ones that in many cases prefer to work more remotely versus working physically in the office. So I think we need to be prepared to be flexible in that sense.
Yes, I totally relate with that because it takes me ages sometimes to get to Iscte. But indeed, one thing, I was very, it's very important to understand not only if the people want to, if they want to go back, in which measure they want to go back, as you stated quite well, Annabella, but the fact that what do they want to do when they are face-to-face? Because Nuno just introduced something really interesting, which is people have to go back to the office, not necessarily to work in the way we conceive work, right? They are working for other dimensions. For example, challenging themselves to connect, right? To interact in things that are not necessarily work-focused. They are just person-focused. And they have to do, for example, with that informal learning or creating a sense of identity, right? A sense of complicity. I can share with you my personal experience last week. I had one day, I had obviously, as all of us, had my schedule for the day with a lot of goals, etc., usually more than they should be. But I opted to go to Iscte. I was there, I met some colleagues I haven't seen for a while, let's say a long time. And I did spend too much time talking, small talk, chatting, but I was not very concerned with my efficiency. I was quite happy with the fact that I regained the sense of connection, you see? And all those people are people that I can quickly pick up my phone, call them, and have a Zoom call like this, but it's definitely not the same. So maybe the concept of work, especially face-to-face, can be used for other stuff rather than, achieving targets, tasks related, right? So that relates with something else that you have spoke about, which is when you think about your clients and your own teams, what do you think will be the barriers that usually block the path to fully achieve this transformation? I think Annabella or Andrea, I don't remember, talk about leadership, right? Leadership issues have been diagnosed for, well, a long time ago, right? I don't know, since Moses or so, but in fact, there are many more factors, aren't they? So if you would like to share your thoughts on this.
Yeah, but I start with leadership because leadership is in fact one very important aspect, especially because leaders need to measure people based on results and not based on how they used to do it in the past on physical presence. So I think that is a very important aspect to consider is trust also employees, because I think that the base of any relationship and even the employer-employee relationship is mostly based on trust, and leaders need to trust employees that when they are at home, they are working in fact and they are doing their jobs. And in the beginning of the pandemic, it was interesting to hear some leaders saying that they were very amazed or they were very surprised that people reacted so well to the pandemic, and they started working one day, the next day they were at homes, and the companies and the ones that were possible to work remotely, they continue to work. And as I say, I was not surprised because I mean, if I hire people and I trust them, that's they do what they are supposed to do. So people are responsible, and I think that leaders needed some time to adjust to this new reality. And even in the future, again, they will need to focus more on the results, and KPIs need also to be adjusted for that purpose, and that is one very important aspect. Also, the leaders need to increase their digital capabilities, because when in EY we did a survey, we saw that leaders had a lot of competencies, and there were a lot of programs that they attended developing other types of competencies. But with respect to digital, we saw that we still have lack of digital skills in leadership. So, and I give to my colleagues to maybe discuss these or other aspects, but for me, this is a very important aspect. I think leadership needs to evolve, and it's very important because they are the ones that have a vision for the future that they can give to employees. And for the employees within the pandemic, it was very important to have a clear vision of what will the future look like and what is expected from them.
I can proceed. I truly believe that trust is very important in this process, and I think the tone of the top that Annabella talked is it's the principle to the success of this kind of changes, and of course it could be also the stronger barrier to implement things, so and to make actions and things happening. So when we look to this kind of changing the culture of a company or from people, it's amazing when we look 1 year to the past and we start to think, okay, we at some point we were discussing if we are going to have 1 day or 2 days at flex work, and from a day to another, we went home. Thousands of people start to work remotely, and they, I think, in my opinion, at PwC, I'm talking about PwC, of course, they do they did a great job, and they delivered to our clients great work, and they do the best to have all the things done. So they deserve trust in this kind of process. So when we talk to people, or when we listen to people, when we do surveys, one of the things that people really appreciate in this period was the communication, the way we try to transfer information, from what is happening, because as you may know, we didn't know what is going to be the next day with the COVID-19. So right now, I think the tone of the top is one of the most important things in this kind of process. And of course, trust in people, it's also, and I think that the fuel to the success of these kind of changes.
I would add, I fully agree with what Annabella and Nun said. I would add that what we've noticed in some of our clients is the ability to apply this digital transformation to the whole company, to their whole company. Some have successfully been able to do this in certain departments, in certain areas, but to do this at scale, to do this at a full company, it's quite a challenge that we've noticed in our clients that it's harder to do. I would add that the culture of change is something that clearly is difficult to do, to apply in a company. And for HR specifically, the biggest challenge would be finding the right talent, being able to capture and retain the right talent and have the adequate skills for this new world.
So I agree with all my colleagues, and I think all the key points were already identified. When I think in a perspective of the delivery or supporting a client in a digital transformation journey, so it's true, we could have several barriers. So first, I think it's a mindset change. So and it's very important that that in terms of organization, we have sponsorship, high-level sponsorship for this kind of processes, because we will need, we really need the availability of the teams to be focused and to work together with us in these initiatives. And without her involvement and commitment, we will not be able to deliver this only with our teams, because there is a culture, a vision, a perception of the requirements of the client, and this will be a teamwork. So a change in the mindset, a good change management process. So I think all these processes should have, since the beginning, a change management initiative or a change management team working together to try to change the mindsets in the organization and to prepare the teams from the HCM side, the HR teams, and both for the internal clients, so the employees that will be affected or impacted with this digital transformation. We can say digital transformation with the delivery of a new tool to manage the process. We can say digital transformation around the workforce, because we have a new reality in terms of generations, in terms of new functions, new roles, the necessity of upskill some functions and some roles, because with this technological advance, we can think that the knowledge that I have today will be completely obsolete in 1 year. So I need to continue to learn. I need to continue to investigate. I need to be aware of all the updates and all the new things to guarantee that I will continue to have work and I will continue to be able to deliver impact in the clients. So if we stop here, maybe in 1 year or 2 years, I will not have work to deliver in the clients, and the consulting areas or the consulting services will end. So I think I passed through the main topics that I have here. So some risk and averse to the changes. So the change management will be very important. A corporate vision for digital, so a high-level sponsorship on the organization. Some companies do not have the skills necessary or the skills required to play this role when they decide to move forward with a technological implementation or the deploy of a new solution. So I think there are several barriers putting in this perspective. So I want, or our teams wants to support the clients in this digital transformation, how to build a vision for the future, where the client will start, with what, when, what are the priorities, what makes sense in terms of rollout and processes to deliver. So there are several barriers that could appear, but I think the most of them are already identified.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will highlight the fact that nowadays trust will be more than mandatory, right? So trust will be the big issue, because we all know the transition in HR from the control model to the commitment model, right? But nowadays trust is even more. Sometimes this remembers me that sometimes people think that people are paid because they sell their time, right? And that will be not trust-based, or because they sell their effort, but in fact they are paid because they sell their results, right? So they deliver results, and results are not necessarily bounded by a physical space, by a schedule, right? So this very much goes in line with what you have just said about what will be the change in the mindset. But Andrea, mindset is a very big word, just like digital transformation, right? They are very big words, everything can fit in. So I'm wondering, and now I'm trying to relate this with another topic. Before that, let me just share with you. Do you know what is the virtual intelligent assistant? It's basically an enhanced chatbot that is able to do whatever we can do based on routine. Now, on the one hand, this is wonderful because we got rid of routine. Fantastic. On the other hand, this is horrible because most of the work is actually routine based, not in consultancy, but also in consultancy. Now, what will happen as regards this mindset change if you are talking about something that has now been researched by universities, which is the synthetic teammates? So the algorithm teammates, looking at an artificial intelligence program that is able to mimic most of the functions. For example, when you ask for someone to do some research, some desk research, get me all the information you can about this and structure it in an intelligible way, right? And you don't have to ask anyone to do that because the algorithm will do that on your behalf quite well, right? And in a way that is neutral. There is no bias there, at least we think there isn't. So what are the red lines from the point of view of the ethics? What are the red lines from the point of view, because we have been very much focused on functional, what works, right? And now sometimes things do work, but do we want them to work? And this will be another topic, if you may, please.
So about the ethics is the new topic that you...
Well, I don't know. We can go whatever you want. The thing is that we cannot go over this issue of human resources require human.
Yeah. Well, obviously these changes and these transformations will bring more challenges around the ethical values, and these will open new opportunities of business too. That is how to solve and how to guarantee that these barriers are not passed, and to try to find new solutions and so on. But yeah, I think this automation will play a role in the reduction of labor costs. So when we extensively implement automation across organization, one question will arise, that is what the companies will do with the employees. So they will replace the employees, considering that the technology can do what the people do before. I think this is not the path. I think this will lead us to think and how to upskill our teams and our knowledge to serve this kind of new technologies and innovations that will happen and are happening now. And I think the replacing of the workers, it's not the path. So we need to reconvert the functions, retrain the workers or the roles, and upskilling them to do other functions. Another thing that is that put in question the ethics is around data protection and so the employee information data protection, privacy, and cybersecurity. So every day, at every hour, so we anytime, anywhere, we have access to several informations that coming from all the sites. And these bring a challenge to the company, how to regulate, how to find ways or technology to serve these risks, because this will lead to the risk in the organization. So how I can improve or implement new technologies, but at the same time protect the people and our resources. Another thing that I think will impact in terms of the ethics, and I think that it's a lot of things to do and to think and to innovate through this, is in this reality of transformation, new functions, new roles, there will it will appear several functions related with technology, hard technology skills, that will be performed by contingent workers, self-employed workers that don't belong to a company. So they are contracted from a shorter period of time. And this will lead to how the government will manage or will create new laws or rules to look at these specific workers' conditions, the benefits, well, the salary, and so on. So data protection and cybersecurity, the machines replacing the human, and in the government levels, I think all these advances in terms of technology will require new regulations, new laws to protect the companies and the people.
Yeah, I would add, I mean, any company will have to continue to apply their strong ethic principles and their high standards of values. It's something that we've done before, and we will continue to do so, adapting in the new world and the new reality. But what I think in terms of the ethics, what is a big challenge and a big concern for people is the use or misuse of what this digital transformation and the new tools can bring us. And like Andrea said, the protection of data, how will, for example, a company with that does remote diagnosis or healthcare and has information on the patients, how can we guarantee that that information will not be misused and we will continue to protect the patient's information and it's not used for any other purpose than the person. So I think that is one of the biggest concern is the protection of data and not being misused for any other purposes than the one originally intended.
And I'm just going to pick on a word of Nelson that mentioned that these tools are supposed to be neutral, because biases are in fact one of the topics in ethics that arise when we study these. Because I just read, for example, on the internet that Amazon just abandoned their artificial intelligence hiring program because it was based on an algorithm that analyzed for the past 10 years the profiles, and because they were mostly men, then the artificial intelligence tool developed a preference towards men and penalized features associated with women. So this is one aspect. We have other aspects, for example, regarding, I believe it was another example, criminal reoffense that would penalize Black people against white people. So we have several examples of the way that artificial tools, if we don't have artificial intelligence tools, if we don't have these concerns about ethics and how to make sure that this is not going to happen, they may in fact have these biases problem, and we can say, okay, it's a program, and because it's a program, it's not subjective, but the program is building on and is learning. And the learning depends exactly on the data that is feeding into the program, and this is an important aspect. The other one is inequality, and we talk a lot about how we can make more women in technology, in order not to have this inequality or in terms of, for example, access to the new roles that are going to emerge in this area. So that is another topic. Or, for example, poor countries versus more developed countries. So we have a clear concern about how is our world going to be more equal or less equal. And what we are seeing now is that probably if something is not done, the world in the future will be more unequal. And this is quite a concern. And this is, again, another topic that is being currently discussed in terms around ethics and the new technologies. Just to add on different points to what Andrea and Anna said.
I think my colleagues have already talked about the main factors, but I can also give another example about the ethics, the importance of the ethics, or two more examples. One is in the automotive sector, when we are talking about the self-driver mode in the cars, because imagine you buy a car, but at some point the car and the computer has to make a decision. Imagine if someone appears in front of the car cannot stop with security for the person that owns the car, but the car can kill the person that appears in front of the car. So what is going to happen in that situations? It's like an ethic issue that it's very important, because I pay the car, so my expectation is that the car saves me, not saves the person. So is one of the questions, and we can also talk about different examples. But another one that is already on the table is concerning with the remote working and the right to disconnect, for instance. Because right now we have so many ways of being connected. The computer, the mobile phone, and we have the right to be disconnected. So what are going to be the rules from the companies in this kind of issue. It's also important in the ethic perspective to the future, because if we start to work more remotely, probably this is going to happen more. And I can give you the last example. When we talk about robots to work and to do the humans' work, and I think it's going. I'm going to give the example of Bill Gates. Not Bill Gates. It's the perspective that the robots have to pay taxes also. So they are going to be contributors to the society or not? We are going to put persons aside and put robots on. I don't believe that is going to be the future, because I have a positive perspective. And I know that if we do the correct things and do the upskilling, as Andrea said, and things like that, people are going to find different works and different ways of doing things, and they are going to find the different paths for the future. But these are some good examples from the importance of ethics in this area.
Okay, thank you very much. I also think we have to be optimistic, right? Otherwise, what's the option is go back to the Stone Age. So it's better to be like this. It might also be possible that people start to pay more attention to philosophy, right? And to other things that are considered not so useful from the point of view. And so maybe society will get rid of more routine necessary work and start creating room for people to use more their brain, right? And they are willing to think critically about things. Now, we are, unfortunately, time flies, you know, I think we all love these topics. And one of the things that probably will relate the most with the interest of our audience and ourselves also will be in the unlikely event or not unlikely event of facing something like this. And especially thinking that if we could anticipate all the digital and social transformation that will linger, what would happen? What do you think will happen with the consultancy business, especially HR, in 2014? So within 20 years, hopefully we all will be healthy. And if we are healthy, what kind of work should be witnessing? What would be the expectancy of someone that is right now entering the job market, applying to your company, right? And thinking within 20 years, what will it look like? It will be, what will be radically different? What will be very much the same? This is obviously just speculation, okay? But within 20 years, nobody will remember what we have said, so no worries. Or they will, so we don't know.
I would say that, and it's a trend that we already are witnessing happening, is moving from generalist functions to specialized functions, not only in HR, but in all different consulting areas. We need to be, there will be people and functions will be more agile and there will be more cross-functional collaboration. It won't be, I'm HR and I only do HR. I'm finance, I only do finance. I'm a consultant, I think there will be a more agile way of companies working with more cooperation between functions. Clearly, digital skills. I mean, everybody will have to be clearly on top of everything that is digital. And like Andrea said, continuous learning. It's not something I'm very good at this, I don't have to think more about it. No, you will have to learn more and more. It's continuous learning. And I say for specifically HR, we will become more employee-centric. We will be more focused on giving that experience and that journey to our clients, internal clients, and we will also be able to be actually more cost efficient. We will be able to deploy and manage our resources in a more efficient way. So I think there's a lot to look forward to in HR. I mean, it's truly times of transformation, but we will be crucial to make businesses be able to adapt to the future and leverage the human side of technology. I mean, this is a very romantic, but I think that HR will have a crucial role in this. I think it will be, there's a future for HR. It's not one of those functions that you start thinking, I don't know if these guys are going to be around here for in the next 20 years, but I think HR has a very bright future.
Thank you. So, yes.
Yeah, I agree. First of all, because I'm from human resources, so I have to believe that. But I really believe that probably in the future we have so many things that are going to appear and things that we have to decide. And things that are already happening right now with this disruption in the global market, and when we look in a global perspective, we are going to recruit from every part of the world, and people probably are going to stay at their territories, and how it's going to be from the tax perspective, for instance, or it's going to be in a acculturation perspective. Probably one of the things that it's very important, and Nelson, you talk about it, is the aging factor, because when we look to the future, we are going to have the aging effect that is going to transform the perspective of work also, because at some point we are going to look and to see that people probably are going to change more times in the career, because they have to work more years in perspective, and they probably, even the schools and the universities are going to have to change their perspective, because at some point they have to prepare people to different challenge in different points of life, and the choices are going to be different also in the career, because I don't think in the future that we are going to have people working only in the human resources, and Nana just said that. They are going to work at human resources, are going to work with IT and finance, and it's going to be a mix, and people have to be prepared to that, and the schools and the universities are going to be they have to be prepared to have this role on the future. So and probably, why not, from 20 years from now, probably we are going to have some other ethics challenge in the training and teaching area, because somewhere or someone is going to put a chip in our body to have a more efficient way to pass the learning. So I don't know. It's the future it's something amazing. We know that we have we are in a fast pace, and technology is in a fast pace, and it's going to be something different for sure. And I believe that is going to be something amazing from 20 years from now.
Okay, so let's think of it. Basically, we all have to be adapted to a multi-skilled all-in-one worker. That's it. Because what you're saying is that we have to be far more agile, right? We have to gather in ourselves skills and attitudes as regards adapting quickly, learning, being cost driven, not driven, cost efficiently driven, and working also trying to take the most out of the technology. That's it, for our own gain, not just for the task and for productivity. And then look, think globally. For example, one of the things you said, I don't know how people are going to react to this, but I don't want to waste much time, because when you talk about recruiting, staffing globally, right, and bringing people digitally from many other places, this is very much the same as bringing a total change in the game as regards distributing the opportunities, etc. So we will be obviously looking forward to see all of these skills. Now, let me just move on to the questions that the audience is kindly placing. We have 3 questions that have been shared with me that are in the YouTube chat. By the way, let me thank you also for your participation. And I'm going to, let's try to go run a bit more quickly here. I'm going to start sharing them. So the first one is this. In my point of view, managing people is also taking care of them. No. So how to manage work impacts on the workers' health and well-being in a context of high flexibility in terms of workplace. So how to make together the impact in the health and well-being while asking for more and more flexibility. Please.
Well, I think it's a very interesting question. Sorry. Especially because also the pandemic has raised these issues about mental health issues, for example, because a lot of employees were having these problems also working remotely and not seeing and not sharing time with their coworkers. So I think that is going to be an issue, and companies needs to be prepared. What I see a lot of companies doing is also adjusting their health and well-being programs to incorporate exactly this type of benefits, for example, for their employees. Another point that Nuno raised was the remote working and how to disconnect. That is again another important topic that companies also need to consider, and this also is having an impact. But again, I always end in leadership, because leadership needs to be it needs to have empathy. We talk about a lot of skills and competencies for leadership, but what the pandemic has also shown is that empathy is a very important aspect that leadership needs to have, especially in the communication to the employees and how to connect with them. Because if leaders don't have that ability, if they don't put themselves in the shoes of their own employees and think how they can in fact support better, what happens is that the employees become disconnected from the company, and again once they have an opportunity probably to leave, they will do it. So this is going to be crucial for the companies ahead. So in terms of well-being, providing different types of benefits, thinking about how to support better the employees that are working remotely from home, and again, communication and empathy are also skills that the leadership needs to have to deal with this situation.
Okay, Andrea, I think you also wanted to add.
No, I think we can go through the next question. So I think I will be repetitive considering the inputs from Annabella.
What about Ana Maria Nuno? Do you have something you want to add to the Annabella's answer?
I would only add that what we can, as a company, can do is, besides being attentive to our employees, is make available resources to help employees. And if you make a survey on the budgets for wellness and the employee assistance programs 10 years ago to now, I mean, each company, I'm sure some would say they had 0 and now they have a lot. So it's something that companies are willing to invest in and give as much resources as possible to adapt to all these challenges.
Yes, I think Annie and Annabella said everything. The mental health programs are very important right now, and I think it's going to be also important in the future, and probably is going to be one of the most used situations in the companies that they have this possibility to the employees.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe I can only add. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay. I will say that if I look at our company at Deloitte, so currently we have several forums for all the company that have specialists talking about all the matters around well-being and coaching, and we also have available so for all the employees, if they want to schedule sessions with psychologists, with coaching coaches, and at the other hand, and I think I already mentioned this, we have access to several list of specialists that weekly, so every month we have a calendar with several topics that will be addressed during these months, with sessions, workshops, and so on, and all employees are able to attend these sessions. And obviously we as managers and leaders, we play a key role in all this process. So if I look at the current performance evaluation module, so we have now more frequent talks with our teams. So formally, once a month, we need to have a follow-up with our teams to understand how the things are going, the improvement areas, and so on. So in addition to performance and performance evaluation module, we play a key role talking with our teams and try to understand how they feel, if they are comfortable with what they are doing, and try to find from everyone what are the things that gives them energy when they work. So one of the things that we look at is, I try to understand from my teams. Obviously, I don't have conditions to give them initiatives that keep them always motivated and always energized for doing something. But I frontally asked to my teams what they really like to do, what kind of work they like to do. So I tried to reach from each people or each team, so the better of each one, and putting the puzzle in place with all this, with these specificities of the teams that work with me. So
okay, thank you. Basically, if we could weight more the weight of KPIs related with wellness for bonus's sake, it could make a lot of a change. But yes, we have a second question and a third one. So the second one is a really large one, and maybe I would suggest that you just focus on like the 2 key points or 3 key points. Okay, so the second question is the following: how do companies can manage physical working conditions or schedules or working hours or psychological impacts? It's a broad one, right? So I would basically just choose like 2 or 3 main ideas, and that's like bullets, like that, and that. So what are the key priorities to manage physical working conditions, schedules, working hours, psychological impacts?
I'm not sure I understood it well, but I would say flexibility, number one, to how to address all these different issues is flexibility. And but we've already spoken here of trust and in our employees, and communication. A strong investment in communication between leadership and their teams and the company and their employees.
For me, the three words that Anna chose are great, because the three words are very important, and I think they make the difference in this kind of in every aspect that we had according with relation company employee. So I keep the same words.
Nelson, I think you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, this is the kind of thing that doesn't happen face to face. Okay, sorry. Yes, I was just asking Annabella and Andrea if you want to add more to the trilogy, or is this okay?
Well, I think I agree with the statements from my colleagues. So the flexibility in terms of physical security, we will. So for the working from office, I think all the companies are currently putting in place several measures, like rotation groups, like different a delay in the hours of the employees to start in the office during the morning and both at the end. For example, monitoring, and always monitoring the control of occupancy rate from the office. Possibility to have a COVID cabinet that is able to measure temperatures or to testing COVID-19, to put available surveys to the employees to investigate the state of health and potential for contagion for employees. And well, all these will be managed through flexibility. So I think we'll need to find an hybrid model where the work could be done for partially in home or partially in the office. And I try to give autonomy to my teams in terms of they are committed and they have responsibility for the tasks or the activities they are working on. So in terms of schedule, my vision on that is, so if we involve the people, if they understand the role they are playing in the work they are doing, so they will be able to manage the time schedule. So I'm not controlling the hours they start to work and the hours they need to left the company, or if they need to go through to start more later because they have a personal issue to solve and so on. So if we trust in our people, if we involve and give them a meaning on the work they are doing, I think we will have more satisfied teams, more committed teams. And I think the time schedule will have a lower role, or the number of hours of work will be less critical than if we do kind of a control if you start to work, and every day asking how the things are going, the open issues, and so on.
Of course, so it very much sums up with flexibility, trust, and stronger communication, right? As Anna stated. Annabelle, do you want to add something to this?
Well, I don't know exactly what business sector was the person who asked the question, because in fact, I think it depends really on the business. There are businesses that need to be working physically in the office, and we have no way of working remotely. There are other ones that can work 100% remotely. So I without knowing exactly the situation of the company and of the person who asked, it's difficult to give a reply that is not in the line what was said here. For me, communication it's key. It's very important. I think that we need to emphasize and we need to communicate clearly. For example, what are the measures that are currently implemented by the company to keep employees secure? Because, for example, in EY, one of the important aspects that we always communicate to our employees is that for us, their health was coming first, and we were one of the first moving 100% to working remotely even before the state of alert, because we in fact think that is our priority, but also to communicate that it's secure to come to the office and give the example. For example, if in September, where we had the possibility, for example, to work in the office, I went to work in the office because I think that working physically and connecting, and again, we have discussed that a lot this session. Humans are a social being. We like to interact with one another, and if we don't do that, and even if we only do it online, again, there are informal. Even when we communicate verbally, there are things that you cannot communicate so well through online and through the technology. Even though the technology has evolved a lot and has allowed a lot of interactions. So I think that, well, for me, that those are the key points. I think communication is key to make employees feel secure, also to return to the office when it is possible, and the leadership example. I think that setting the tone from the top, it's very important, because we cannot ask employees to do something and then do the exact opposite. So we need to walk the talk, and that is a very important message to give to our employees.
Okay, well said. So to finish, the last question will be, how far will this feature, well, this feature it's not clear, but how far will remote work impact the recruitment process, talent and attractiveness? We already talked a bit about this, but the most important is, can remote work be a future concern for employer branding? And I might add something. Will we just be doing something just based on digital, attracting a lot of digital nomads that might not be so willing to engage, etc.? So what about employer branding in this domain?
Well, I think that most of the companies are already doing currently online recruiting, because, for example, in EY, and I'm sure that in BCG, PwC, Deloitte, recruiting during the pandemic was online. We would like it to be kind of hybrid, because again, we believe that if we have the right combination, it's when the onboarding will be easier as well, not only the recruiting, but then the onboarding. But we are currently doing that. As far as attracting talent, I think that, as I mentioned in the beginning, the war for talent is going to be a very important topic in the future, and we need to have a broader perspective of what talent looks like. We cannot only think about local talent, because we are now at the stage, and I think that when I didn't talk about 2041, I would hope that we could really have that principle to work from anywhere. I know that taxes get in the way of the work from anywhere policy, and Nono was mentioning that, and there are only two things that you cannot escape, which is debt and taxes, and that is the actual point here also in the work from anywhere policies. But I do believe that maybe also the taxation will evolve, and we will be able, for example, to freely hire one employee that is working in Spain, another one that is in the US, And this is good because we will be able to deal with the shortage of talent in certain areas. For example, we are now the technology area is an area that is becoming difficult or more difficult for companies to hire. And maybe if we can have this more flexible approach, and we can actually hire employees that are even not physically working in Portugal, that can broaden the horizon, that give different perspectives to the businesses. So that would be my perspective.
Okay, someone more wants to add? Anna, Andrea, Nuno?
I would add, it's a challenge for companies where we had a traditional pools of recruiting. We knew where our consultants came from, and they were limited to Portugal. And now we are starting to have people from other countries applying for us, and people that we thought wanted to come to work in Lisbon are now wanting to work in other countries. But at the same time, it's an opportunity that we can get diversity where we weren't able to get, and we can have access to skills that we might have not been able to if we were limited to a traditional recruiting pool. So I think it's a challenge, but it has its advantages.
Yeah, I agree. I think we are going to see or to look to talent in the future in a different perspective. Diversity is going to be very important. Right now, we start to see the importance of diversity in the talent and the way we are doing things at PwC. One of the main issues that we are trying to pass to the market with our new strategy at PwC globally, that calls the new equation. One of the things in the human resources area is to try to look and to bet in the diversity to achieve better results. And because we believe that if we look to the situations with different perspectives, we are going to obtain more and better results. So if we try to transpose this to recruitment and to brand and to attraction of talent, we can see what is going to happen. We are going to see different areas, academics backgrounds to be chosen to work at PwC. We right now we are going to start different recruitments in different areas, and I think also the companies that are in this conversation are doing the same. We are looking to talent and to understand what is going to be the talent in the future, what is going to be the needs of our clients, and trying to reach the better results with all the diversity that we can have. And diversity is going to be different backgrounds, different places, different ways of thinking, and this is going to be the future. And I agree with Annabella, because it's going to be very hard the next years, and it's going to be very hard to attract talent and to find talent, because the fight is not only with the big companies. We are fighting. It's not. It's in a good way. We are trying to find talent and competing with small companies, also startups and things like that. So right now it's going to be hard to work this attraction of talent.
Okay, thank you, Nuno. Andrea?
Well, agree with my colleagues, and well, I think all the companies will must use the technology as an enabler on the improvement of the employer branding. So the majority of the companies already have a digital recruiting process, and I think this will continue to be as is. So with quite improvements, and the way we deliver projects will change in the future. So traditionally, when we plan a project, we have a fixed price, a fixed plan, and a fixed team. And well, today these don't work like this. So the clients want to have a flexible calendar, a set of very specialized resources with a flexible team. Well, and the diversity that Nuno, Anabella, and Ana Maria mentioned is a reality. So the companies need to look at how they can bring this employer branding and this engagement of the employees with these different realities. So you will have the employee from Deloitte that is working since analyst and now is a manager and continue to work in the clients delivering projects. And then you will have project that is, for example, times and materials based or hours based, where at a specific moment you will need to bring a specialized profile in this technology or in this industry or in this process. So this will be very agile. So this will be very dynamic, the employer branding and the engagement of the employees. So the technology will play a key role on that. So when we talk about integrated solutions on the employee experience, so you are working in the engagement or the experience of these new joiners, of these contingent workers, and so on. And previous at this stage, so during the recruiting process, I think all the companies needs to be updated with this new reality. So the recruiting processes will speed up in terms of duration. So we cannot wait 2 months or 3 months or 1 month to have one resource, one specialist. So I think this should be very agile and in a combination of these different characteristics. So different people working from different cultures or different locations together with the teams that work and build a career since the beginning as an analyst and go through the management career. So this is very dynamic in my perspective. And the technology could be an enabler to work in all these dimensions.
Yeah, definitely. So generally speaking, everything will get global, right? Global pooling, global staffing, global everything. And then we will have to move like water in this process. That's it. So I think this is it. So, well, I thank you very much for having accepted to participate in reaching this debate. You are indeed a very qualified, experienced panel. And I think it was a privilege for us to be able also to count on your participation. I hope that we do have the chance of hearing from you more in the future and seeing within some time whether all these ideas did live up to the expectations, or well, we were just plain not, I don't want to say not wrong, but seeing things differently. But judging on the convergence, I would very much bet that you are right. And so thank you very much for all of this. And I will have, I don't know if I am now going to give the word to Professor Iscte to wrap this, or if we just end up it here.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
It's a pleasure.
Challenge, which is let us meet in 20 years if we are still here. All.
Oh, I don't know.
Hopefully I'll be retired, living on the beach or something.
Yeah, but we can have a lunch. We can have a lunch.
Can have a lunch.
and then see if we have predicted or not well the future. So that would be interesting. Time capsule challenge.
We'll see then.
So
Okay,
thank you all for your very interesting discussion and the collaboration with our conference. Thank you, Nelson, for your moderation.
Thank you.
I hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. With the title, The New Dimensions of Digital Transformation. So for tomorrow, we will have a conference with several corporations. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. we will have Arlindo Dias from IBM, Margarida Calado from Everest, and Luis Mendes from Solvay. So see you tomorrow. Have a good afternoon, and bye bye. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye then.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.